All right, leave it here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to start. Can I get everyone to take their positions, please? Right. Let me introduce myself. For those of you who may not know me, libito lami ngisabelo ngwakamabuza. I work for an NGO called Fintech Trust. We are an entity that is really concerned with market facilitation. Our motto is to actually make markets work for the poor. We actually funded exactly 20 years ago. We are based in South Africa. However, let me just say that in as much as we're based in South Africa, we run financial inclusion through a process which seeks regional integration. And we are based in a number of countries. We have different country coordinators. I am actually the country coordinator for Eswatini, and I'm based at the Ministry of Finance, where I am attached as a technical advisor on financial inclusion. I work very closely with a number of ministries, Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Commerce, indeed the Central Bank and all the regulators. But we work almost daily with the Center for Financial Inclusion. So that's just about me. I don't want to delve more into the program, but at this stage, would want to ask us to open the summit with a word of prayer. At this stage, I know that when people have to open with a word of prayer, people become nervous. I'd like to at this stage maybe use my powers as program director to appoint and to request Baba Clement Umlangen asivulele ngomthandazo.
I can pray from where I am, or should I come to the stage? Oh, okay. Thank you. I love the stage. Good morning. Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity, Lord, to break ground with this initiative. We thank you, Lord, that even as we embark on this activity today, we hand it over to you to lead us, to direct us by your Spirit. Father, we pray for every guest. We pray for every presenter in the name of our Lord, that, Father, you may help them, oh God, to do accordingly as they have planned to do. And Father, we just want to give you all the glory and the praise for all the people that are here. And Father, we ask for your grace as we begin. And Father, we ask for your grace. Usasiqhuba Nkosi kusukela nyalo kuyofika ekugcineni. Sinikela wonke lo msebenzi Nkosi esandleni sakho egameni lika Jesu Kristu inkosi yethu. Amen.
Hey, lento secabanga ukuthi COVID isekhona. Please don't worry about COVID. Some of us are protected by the blood, which you've correctly spoken about this morning. So I think I'd also, just before we even go on with the program, I apologize for the late start. As I said, this is obviously because of logistical reasons. However, just so that you know, we'd like to also welcome our friends abroad who are joining us via live stream. We'd also like to welcome those of you who may not necessarily make it today. It is a very important day as we have the very first summit, which is themed under, maximizing fintech to enhance economic development and financial inclusion. I hope, if you ask me what this summit is all about, for now I'm just telling myself I'm sitting here with an, open mind. I am saying I want to learn what this fintech is all about, and how exactly will it actually maximize economic development? And I'm happy, of course, that we have quite a number of people, experts in the area, who will actually take us through a school of learning with regard to how fintechs are going to maximize economic development. But just to give you a view, two definitions that I want to talk about. Maybe the first one, financial inclusion. A very topical theme. Everywhere you go, you hear financial inclusion, financial inclusion. Financial inclusion essentially is premised around four things. It is premised around the notion of getting people to have access to financial services. And those financial services must be offered in such a way that you're offering quality product, and this quality product is offered in a very respectable manner. Four quadrants of financial inclusion. Firstly, financial inclusion is concerned about, are people's savings? Are we talking about, we're talking about the fact that we want to provide financial services to allow people to save. We are also concerned about the fact that we want people to have access to financial services because we want them to be able to remit or to make payments. We are saying financial services must also provide you a forum to actually be able to take credit. This is the Emma loans. And lastly, having said that, we also want to ensure we have that financial mitigation, risk mitigation. In this case, we're referring to insurance. So, here we're sifuna kwathi ukuthi ama-fintechs. Ama-fintechs are really the latest innovations lavethwe kuhlupheka lokuvelile emhlabeni. These are actually coming out from innovators. People who've actually seen, you know what, we need to innovate so that we can address some of the and we were never really ready for them. I will take you to the last 2.5 years. Who would have thought that we would all be working from home? Who would have thought that despite the fact that we were working from home, we were still able to transact? We're still able to get on with our lives. Why is this? It is actually because of some innovations which have actually been brought about by your financial technologies, which have allowed us to continue at impilo tethu without necessarily being disrupted. Fintechs have come to actually resolve disruptions that bega corner during the last 2 years. And one is actually impressed and very thankful to our friends, the Taiwanese Technical Mission, ICTF, who have actually partnered with the Ministry of Commerce and Digimage to make it possible for the summit to actually take place. We are very grateful to Taiwan again for all the assistance that you're affording to the Kingdom of Eswatini. And I will tell you that all your efforts will not be in vain, because we are going to see differences in the lives of Emaswati. With these few words, I would actually like to invite Magemnisi from, she is actually the Commissioner of Cooperatives, to give us her view of Lumtlana Walamul. Magemnisi, thank you very much. The podium is yours.
Thank you, Program Director, distinguished representatives of all financial institutions represented here, regulatory bodies, participants of this prestigious Fintech Indaba, organizers of this event, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to this important occasion of maximizing the fintech space to enhance economic development and financial inclusion. Yes, the program director has rightly introduced me. My name is Nonhlanhla Mnisi, and I'm the Commissioner for Cooperatives and the coordinator of the capacity project for microfinance, focusing on women at grassroots levels. I wish to extend my gratitude to all of you for coming to this grand occasion, whose theme is maximizing the fintech space to enhance financial inclusion. And our focus in this program is on grassroots women. I wish to also extend our gratitude to Digimage, who has collaborated with the microfinance project to assist in having a digital platform to ensure economic development and financial inclusion for the rural women. This will enable individuals and businesses to have access to useful and affordable financial products and services such as payments, savings, credit, and insurance, which our program director has rightly schooled us on this morning. And these things that meet the needs and are delivered responsibly and sustainably. The institutions gathered here are players in the financial technology space, and this is an opportunity to share ideas and also enable the public who are following us on YouTube and Facebook, since this whole session is live streamed as we speak. This will enable them to be abreast on what agents and financial institutions have developed to ensure that the entire society has access to financial services at the touch of a button and from their comfort zones. The advent of financial technology has resulted in the financial sector quickly adjusting to the changing landscape that fintech innovations has brought. This is evident with how the established organizations are having to look for newer ways to do their business so as not to get left behind. Research has it that fintech generates revenues and amounting to billions of dollars per year, and these figures are expected to double by 2030. As a country, we also want to be part of these statistics. Fintech targets to reach 2 billion people globally without bank accounts. And it provides an option for this large number of consumers that can access financial services, even without the need of financial institutions. In a nutshell, fintech has been developed by easy-to-use technology to enable consumers to access their financial lives. With these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, you are all warmly welcome, and do hope that the discussions will be beneficial to us all. I thank you.
Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you very much, Minister, for your wonderful remarks. And it is pleasing to actually see the role that fintechs have actually played in terms of trying to promote economic freedom for the general population. There is currently, as fintechs begin to grow, it will obviously have implications on how we actually run our lives. It will have implications on the changing legislative landscape. Here I refer to, there'll really be a need for your regulators to come up with what we call fintechs, RAC tax. RAC tax are actually going to be laws that will become, who will have to be brought about, which will begin to address or regulate fintechs. It's not really like a financial technology where we actually see innovators coming up. Even your insurance, we now are going to be, you'll be hearing more of insurtech. These are basically technologies which will actually be invented to make our lives a lot more easier. What we are looking at, as we said, being market facilitators, we've seen the progress that's actually been made by fintechs. We also have concerns, obviously, with the fact that we don't want to move along alone. We want to move with the majority of our people who are actually down in the road and not afford to leave everyone behind. This will have implications, obviously, to financial literacy. If financial literacy is one which needs to be, developed to then actually come up with indlela yokuthi labantu abalemakhaya sikhuphuka njani nabo fanele sibafundzise and what it actually means along the way. Kutaba nemalungelo abo lotawutfola ukuthi batawuva ngase ayanyatseleka. So this whole space, an ecosystem of fintechs will begin to address all those issues so that we are all moving together. With those few words, I'd like to invite Sabelo Zwane, who's actually the manager of FinTech at the Central Bank of Eswatini. He will actually be doing a presentation around an initiative that he's actually leading. If I'm not mistaken, it's actually called Eswatini FinTech or Working Group. Baba Zwane, please come forward. Can we encourage him as he comes up, please?
Thanks, Bizo. Good morning, everyone. I wish I could adjust this lectern, for us shorties here. I'll just connect up my laptop so it beams up on the screen. If I could get the HDMI cable, please. Is that visible to everybody? Good morning again. As the program director introduced me, my name is Sabelo Zwane. I'm the FinTech manager at the Central Bank of Eswatini. I'm going to be walking you through just briefly what we are very proud of as the Central Bank, amongst other partners that you'll hear about, and that is the FinTech Working Group Lagangwane. In this presentation, you'll hear about the purpose of the EFWG. You'll also hear about when it was established, when we launched, And you'll also begin to understand, in terms of our history, who were the leaders involved, how did we get to this position that we're in now, and of course our strategic focus areas, what has been happening in terms of regulation in the fintech space, what are the developments there, and then lastly, going forward, what will we be working on 2022, 2023, what are our new strategic focus areas? The purpose of the EFWG is to promote and coordinate greater engagement between regulators, innovators such as yourselves, those that are innovators here. Digimage is one of them that we've met in this capacity. Financial services providers, we all know who you are, and policymakers. We've heard from MOF, we've heard from Finmark Trust. Players like this all inform policy behind what we're trying to do in the fintech space. And of course, the overall objective, very familiar to everyone in this room, and that is to deepen financial inclusion, improve productivity by reducing inefficiencies in the financial sector, subsequently, of course, drive economic growth. So the partners, a brief overview, all the images depicted below. We have the Central Bank of Eswatini, the Financial Services Regulatory Authority, the Center for Financial Inclusion, UNESWA, and ESCOM. These partners came together with one or a number of competing primary purposes, and those are to increase the understanding of knowledge in terms of disruptions that occur within fintech. One of the main things to almost accommodate fintech when you put it in your mind is that it is disruptive. And anything that's disruptive in the financial sector, you need to understand before it begins disrupting you. One of the other competing purposes of this unique partnership is to illuminate the relevant policy, regulatory implications needed to ensure the continued efficient functioning of financial market. This is how we collaborate. This unique partnership allows us to work together. We are allowed to learn what ESCOM is doing. We can see what the young innovators at UNESWA are doing, all the way across to what's happening within the central bank and FSRA space. So within this partnership, we do collide. We create some kind of convergence, and that allows us to share ideas and share knowledge. So it's been pretty intense setting this up, and I'll explain more later as I go through the presentation. And just finally, I'd say probably one of the most important purposes for me is just establishing the correct innovative platforms capable of transforming the problems we face, Langangwane, in a meaningful way that creates innovative solutions. It all sounds like a very nicely wrapped gift, but there's a lot of work that goes behind this. It's not just something we say, and I'm going to show you now what we've been up to. So the MOU was signed, which effectively joined these partners that I mentioned before. This MOU is the legal instrument that holds us together, and it creates a number of what I'd call responsibilities for each partnership. It also creates the responsibility of a chairmanship, as well as a deputy and a secretariat function. The overall goal, of course, is to handle the administration of this particular entity, and that means it needs to be organized. The first chairperson was Mr. Sfiso Mashwama, who is now, I believe, a digital manager at Nedbank. Myself, last year, and most recently, I wish he was here so we could give him a warm round of applause, Mr. James Manyatsi, who's taken the helm within the EFWG. This particular entity was launched on the 7th of December, 2020, and attended by all the partners who were present. In terms of our strategy, two main strategies that we wanted to make sure we focused on over the period 2019-2021. The focus area was the centralization of the administration of the EFWG. What do I mean when we say that? So essentially what happens is you create a body like this with many partners, but how do you centralize how it communicates? It's a basic thing. It's like a startup. You start a business and you need to be able to handle your communication, and you need to have one tone. You need to have a logo. You need to have an email. You need to have a website. This was one of the core things we had to achieve. Across the border in South Africa, there is the IFWG, and that is the working group for fintech in that particular region. They have a website, they're established, they have a chairperson, etc. So young innovators, players, lobbyists, they would go to the working group and say, hey, what's your position on this? Who's doing this? Who's in this particular space? Who can help me with my, let's call it a credit-based application with a digital spin-off? Who can assist me with that? Well, ideally, you want to bring these queries to the EFWG because of the partners that sit within it. Instead of going directly to central bank, you might find that your particular fintech or your area of interest might have a number of different activities that touches on all these different regulators. So why not go to the EFWG? Another key component, and that's what we're kind of doing right now, is engaging with stakeholders, engaging the profile of the EFWG, getting to know partners in Taiwan, getting to know all the different innovations that are in the space, creating that convergence where we share ideas and we can cross-pollinate and we can understand what we're thinking at policy level so we can support what you're up to. So that was the optimization of stakeholder engagement, one of the key strategic goals, and that's why we're here now presenting, because we want people to know what we're up to, and we also want you guys to know where you can ask some of your financial sector related fintech queries. In terms of reference, I'll skip over this. This is just more procedural. Of course, if you have a chairperson, a secretariat, and if you have a deputy, you need to have a terms of reference that inform what they do and when they do it. Website and domain. This was a very interesting challenge we introduced. I think it was complete. I'm not sure. We've got people from FSRI here. Maybe they'll let us know where it ended. But as far as we're aware, yeah, a website domain was purchased, www.efwg.co.sz, and there was a website challenge that underwent earlier this year, and an entity was selected to design the new website, so hopefully we'll be seeing that later. Probably within, I would say, Q3 would be more realistic. Other strategic focus areas of the EFWG, we got in touch with AfriLabs, an international organization that sets up innovation laboratories. The idea here was to come up with a project wherein we would introduce an innovation lab at Gwaluseni. The long-term view, of course, of reinvigorating our young innovators within that space. Sounds like a pipe dream. It's definitely doable. They already have, I believe, a number of smaller associations of innovators who are there and who are already looking for a space like that to start coding and coming up with new solutions in that space. Stakeholder mapping exercise always ngoga for simple reasons. You need to know who you need to be engaging with, how to promote a particular entity, but also to identify how you can provide the most value. We had the privilege of working last year with the Grameen Foundation, the Women's Employment and Economic Recovery Activity, WIRA, and they set out a small challenge where people were encouraged to participate, and I believe there were some winners of that as well. Without going too far back, we also have done a hackathon, and we did a fintech challenge some time back as well, and that's basically where this conversation kicked off from. Focus areas going forward. We did look briefly at the Indaba X. I won't get into that. We did that last year, but it was a super event where we prioritized deep learning within UNESCO, teaching people how to prioritize machine learning and take that forward in terms of developing those soft skills with data analysis. What's happening in terms of the regulatory space here? We've got ESCOM to thank for a number of key developments. I hope I'm not overlapping onto someone else's presentation, but essentially they helped to promulgate the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act 2022. Sorry, apologies for the typo, that should say 2022. And that was a key piece of legislation, not just for that particular industry, but for all players within the e-commerce space. Most importantly, this will touch all fintechers, compliance officers and the likes, compliance managers, anyone within regulation. Of course, is the Data Protection Act. This is a huge promulgation in terms of the fintech space. And of course, if you're unfamiliar with it, this is basically how an entity and yourself manages the relationship between your data personally and the entity's data. What happens in terms of how it's collected, how it's processed, how it's disclosed, and of course, balancing the competing values of personal information privacy and sector-specific privacy as well. I'm not sure where everybody stands on cybercrime, but this is an area where a number of entities, some even possibly regulators, have been affected. Without mentioning any names, we know that cybercrime has affected at least 2 or 3 regulators in the country, whereby hackers have been successful. And this obviously created a needs platform for Computer Crime and Cybercrime Act to be promulgated as well. So look out for this space, those of you that are interested in learning about how you can protect yourselves, what the law says about cybercrime, and also for your fintechs. If you are a fintech here, you can prioritize getting to know these key pieces of legislation because they'll help you navigate your business. Even so, in a regulatory space, these are your core pieces of legislation you need to start to get to know. Focus areas. What's coming up? What's the way forward? What's our vision in terms of the working group? Up at the top, it goes without saying, cryptocurrencies, virtual assets. This is a huge area for us to not only just explore, but to provide some certainty. We need to have a clear position on these issues. There's a number of areas that I think the Eswatini public has been struggling to understand how this works, and a lot of scams, unfortunately, disguised as cryptos. And this is a clear area of interest for us, and of course for the Central Bank of Eswatini, as with other entities. Needs to be a clear position paper as to where we stand on this and why. Data protection I've already spoken to. Nonetheless, it's important to note the need right now for all of us to have some kind of an awareness creating campaign where we understand what data protection truly is so we can be on the right side of law. Cybersecurity I've touched on already. Electronic, know your customer. This is very beneficial for banking industry, financial sector, and other sectors like non-bank financial sector as well. Key to this, I think probably position paper has already been done within the central bank. Nonetheless, I think it's clear that the other sectors need to benefit from this as well. So the EFWG will be prioritizing this type of work. Digital lending, this falls within to the FSRA's mandate, so I won't speak to it much. Nonetheless, we're looking to see how we can provide the most value for people who want to enter this space. The digital national strategy, and also very proud to announce that we'll also be working on the national fintech strategy for the country in partnership with the Ministry of Finance. So this is big news. So any of the players that have a keen interest on working with us on the national fintech strategy, this is going to be something that we'll be hearing a lot more about. Open finance, open banking, opening up the model to make sure APIs are available. We had a launch of MTN discussing their API the other day. Now the role, I guess, is for the banking sector to open up and for other financial players. This would be a huge win for the digital and young innovators that we see in the space looking to tap in and create value using data sets that are available. InsurTech obviously is a priority, understanding how we can make that easier, and the program director spoke to that already. And then just rounding up on the last points, RegTech, SubTech, obviously you want to make compliance easier, you come up with regulatory technology. You want to make supervision easier, you come up with supervisory technology. These are not just buzzwords, these are words to define technologies that are growing in this space, but also help both sides, the regulator and the regulated, understand what they need to do in a much more simple and cohesive manner that supports the existing working infrastructures that are there. I won't get into digital payments and central bank digital currency yet. It's a hot potato. I won't zoom into it. But just in terms of information, I'd probably share that this is something that we're working on and prioritizing to make sure we improve inefficiencies within the financial sector. Finally, the need for an innovation office. Where do you go if you would like to ask innovation-based questions? Well, quite simply, you'd be coming to the EFWG, who would have an innovation office segmented for you to bring your queries to. If you want to know what regulations impact your digital credit business, you simply come to the EFWG. And I know Cindy's has contacted us many a time to have these types of chats, and many fintechs do as well. And finally, understanding who our strategic partners are, getting to know them, and networking a bit more. So hopefully you'll see us in a number of different spaces where we'll be interacting with everyone here, and plus more stakeholders. I'll close off on this and then speak briefly to the fintech unit within the central bank. Thank you. Any questions while we move across? Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you. Great questions. So on the first one, when a bill starts passing through the halls of Parliament, obviously consultation is done, and over maybe 3 to 4 times across different sectors. So there's no expectation for ESCOM now that the bill has been promulgated and passed into legislation, that they do a campaign. For us, because it relates to fintech, as the working group, we'd like to do our own campaign and zero in on the fintech-related matters. I don't think they're obliged to do their own campaign, nor does the onus sit with anyone else. But I'll let Mr. Mjali come in on that, and then I'll answer your second question. But for us, we're definitely happy to do it, even if they don't.
Thanks, Mangwen. Morning, colleagues. Tola, we will definitely do that. It's part of the process. We need to put our house in order, our checks and balances, and then engage. You will note that it's not just only, if you read the bill, it's not just only the Commission's mandate, it is also a government mandate. So there is a part that needs to be done by government, there is a part that needs to be done by us, and then eventually then the rest of the value chain. But we will come to the public, we will come to the institutions, we will come to the stakeholders, we will have a robust engagement about this bill, both of them actually, because they intertwine, and we need to find synergy and how we are then going to make it work. I think the expectation is not that because the bill is passed today, tomorrow you must comply. There will be a period that will be put there so that people put their houses in order. I hope you're okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Mchali. And yeah, just to add to that, the act, does have transitional provisions, as mentioned, so you've got time. Also, anyone that holds data, this is onerous on them to train their own staff as well. It's not just expected to be the custodian of the legislation, but if you're holding data, you need to start to familiarize yourself. For example, your medical aid insurance companies, banks, the likes, this is cross-cutting. And on your last question, so the National Switch project is, of course, a priority. It's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario, because if you move too far ahead in open finance and open banking, while the Switch project is ongoing, you can kind of be chasing two different animals at the same time, which isn't strategic. So during this process, I believe I think they're probably done with the RFP stage. Selection process has begun for National Switch project. In that time, the FinTech unit amongst other units within the central bank, have begun coming up with frameworks, working on doing the background research for open banking to see how we can support that infrastructure. So it's not one cancels the other, it's more one informs the other. So you can't move if you're not at the right stage yet. So understand the technology first and then start implementing the guidelines. That's the formula we're using now, but I can see you're not happy with that formula. But it's what we found on the ground, and I think we'll make it work. Just be optimistic and keep talking to us, fill in the gaps. But we're pretty sure as a fintech unit, open banking, we're going to have it sussed by probably Q4. It should be done and dusted, not in terms of regs, but in terms of an official position. That's the goal. But goals, sometimes the goalposts move based on other projects that might be competing. But I'll leave it there for now and just go quickly into the fintech unit. You'll note on the agenda, without usurping the program director, the next agenda item is the central bank, which is this particular piece here. So I'll just go through this and then I'll close. Yeah, thank you. So the fintech unit at the central bank, headed up by GM Finance, Pili Ngumalo, my main boss. And then, of course, the next line above that is AG, Deputy, and then Governor. So where do we sit? Currently, we're housed within the finance team. Like with any entity, sometimes you have to create a space for it. Fintech unit space sits within there, but we hope one day would be our own standalone division as things grow and, of course, as the fintech conversation increases around the country. Its relevance is becoming more and more important. Before, if we did this 3 years ago, we'd have half the room. Now we have a full room. So slowly we're all being disrupted. We're starting to learn and understand how important fintech is. And now these rooms will continue to grow, as will the fintech unit. So just a brief overview. I won't go into too many specifics. I'll talk to when we were established, what we're doing, some of the highlights about what we've done already, and then close up with some of the highlights of the roadmap going forward. So currently, we comprise of 2 fintech analysts, 2 graduate analysts, or graduate trainees, they call them GTs, and finally, the fintech manager. We were set up in 2018. It's been quite a long journey. I joined last year, October, and the GTs joined in April this year. Objectives of the fintech unit: to conduct research and analysis of domestic and international fintech developments, to recommend policy responses, considering the risks and opportunities of emerging fintech innovations, and of course, organize initiatives to create an enabling environment for responsible fintech innovation. What have we been up to? I mentioned we were established in 2018. Fintech Challenge also started in 2018. We had a number of interesting players there. We learned a lot. I believe Mjali was there as well. Those were the glory days of fintech when the story began. Amongst other people who were there, we learned a lot about the space, and at the time the central bank was collecting a lot of data by the help of the fintech analysts in terms of who were the actual innovators like Angwane and what did they seek to do. This challenge was really impressive. It was the first of its kind in the country, and we learned a lot about the young innovators in the space. Next up was the Fintech Hackathon, held at UNESCO. This was a cracker of an event. We partnered up with Fintmark Trust. We had some consultants come down. They held a super event, and we got to learn again more. And this time we had more representation from women, which was fantastic because we hadn't seen that before in the first round at the Fintech Challenge. We joined up with the Global Financial Innovation Network called GFIN. FSRA is a member, Central Bank's a member, I'm not sure who else is. But this is where you get to learn about the cross-cutting regulatory components that fintech affects, and you learn about what other people are doing in terms of handbooks, rule books, etc., etc. Launched the Fintech Sandbox. How many of you have heard of the Fintech Sandbox here? Central Bank Sandbox. Those who aren't in regulation? No one. Sure. Interesting. Good to know. Thank you. Next, of course, we established the working group. I mentioned that before. the EFWG, which I was presenting on behalf of. And then we began, we concluded, the first phase of the CBDC study, this is Central Bank Digital Currency Diagnostic Study, convened the Indaba X with the EFWG, and just briefly towards the end, just towards the beginning of this year, we convened a user experience design, UX design through the EFWG as well, just a webinar to promote education and learning. So where are we going? What's the roadmap? We're exploring central bank digital currency. We're producing crypto reports to inform the central bank on what's happening in this space, to also learn from what's happening within the crypto space, and then make sure that we have the correct data to inform the decisions we want to make going forward. We're working on producing electronic KYC guidelines. It takes a concerted effort. It has huge implications for AML CFT compliance, and also in terms of just creating a better, efficient model for people who want to onboard. Next up, of course, we did speak just briefly about the key focus and intention to look at digital banking, create a framework for that space, open banking, open finance. These aren't buzzwords, these are things we intend to get done, using APIs to create a new platform as a springboard for new players to enter the space using data sets that are available. Digital rulebook, this is a particular project that I'm most proud of, most keen on, and looking to have this done by Q3, at least a test or a pilot. Essentially, this rulebook will comprise of all the legislation that relates to the financial sector, and it will be centralized into one particular electronic document that you can search through. And I think it goes without saying how much value this provides in terms of people who would like to know what they need to know in the space they're in the most quickest and efficient way. Development of regulation goes without saying. If you want to do all these things, you need to have the regulation to support it, so that's a key area. And then, of course, I mentioned how many people have heard of the central bank sandbox. No hands went up. So one of the goals for this year is to increase robust participation in the sandbox, so marketing, promoting visibility is important to us. I think I'll park it there. The rest will just be too detailed for now, but if there's any questions, or if you want to come and chat to me, find out what you're doing, I can also tell you what we're up to as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Babetswane. I take it. Bekukhulu benidlalile lokho. Angithi. Yeah, kukhulu kodwa kuyasetshenzwa. Libandla leli, ngathi libandla letihlakaniphi nangiba sengiyalalela la. Sithi nabantu abahlaniphile lababhizi bacabangela ukuthi live lingathuthuka kanjani. They're actually already in 2022. In actual fact, they're moving with the rest of the world in terms of trying to catch up with, or rather to make sure that as a country we're not left behind. It's really good to see the room full as it is. And I would really like at this stage to just move slightly Google program yam and really to make ngifuna satani silele nje lana kude namunye lencabanga ukuthi ngiyamati. And so lona mpopo uphi lona mpopo. I would at this time really would like us to really get to know each other. I think it's good to see a room of very lovely people, and before we move on with our program, and I think we're taking advantage of the fact that we are good on time. So what I'd like to do is just give a very, very brief presentation about who you are. And importantly, it is a summit. We come here with expectations. I think it would be great just to hear people's views on what it is that they expect to find out about today's summit. I, for once, would really like to find out a bit more about this project. You know, and I think it would be great when you have an opportunity, whoever runs with this project, just to give us a brief summary. Because at the end of the day, we would really like to bring in our discussions and tie them to what this project is all about. So Grace, can I ask you to start? And then we'll just run through this row first. So we're sitting ala.
Okay. Briefly, I am Grace Zulu, working with the capacity building project for microfinance, focusing on grassroots women in the country. We have joined hands with Digimage in organizing this important Indaba. Our main focus in the project is to ensure that the rural women out there, the most disadvantaged, those who are left out in most important issues, are also well capacitated on business skills and coming up with businesses which will improve their economic lifestyle. So we are also interested in seeing that they are also not left out in the digital space.
Thank you very much, Grace. I think that's really a good outlook. Can I have the next person? Now, because my presenters are running out of time, even though I think we still have time, what I'll do is I'll only, for now, FSRA. I'll show you presentation. For the next presenter, please, if you have a presentation, we'd love to download it so that it is actually live streamed. So FSRA, I hope you have a presentation. I hope you have a presentation. Okay, Kubega.
Hey. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tumsle Precious Dlamini, chairperson of Kutuleni Multipurpose down there, the rural areas.
Siyabonga, Mark.
Sanbonani.
Amen.
Ngingilebo Vilakade from Ekthuleni Multipurpose from Buhleni kaHoho.
Thank you. Kuyasida lokho tusathu ukuthi sibobani ngoba ngente asikhuluma singesale ngilandi kathi sila kangwane ngcono lokho ngiphindze ngibuye ndawo ukuthi ngikhuluma nabo bani. Thank you. Proceed.
Morning. My name is Bongile Shongwe. I'm from Imbita, Swaziland Women's Finance Trust.
Good to see you, Spongile. I haven't seen you in a while.
Good morning, Nelsie Wenyawo from Tibio Insurance Brokers. I deal with all the insurers in Swaziland.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I am Nwanda Dlamini, Fintech Analyst Trainee at the Central Bank of Eswatini. I work closely with Mr. Sabelo Zwane, my manager, who just presented to us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I see you pointing in my direction. I am Sabelo, but I'm not the Zwane.
Morning, everyone. My name is Dlamini. I'm from Londiam Technologies, based in Manzini. I'm a web developer there.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I am Setabile Kumbi, a final year HR student at Scott.
I didn't hear that, but can you open the photo?
Oh, I'm Setabile Kumbi, a final year student at Scott. I'm doing HR.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nomakuku Makakula. I'm from Singapetelo MVA Fund.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Pepile Dlamini from MVA Fund.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Puku Vilagati from Dobane Sako.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nomtebo from EPIS.
Oh, basamsakatweni. Ngikhona kule tawungena kusasa kule chisako. Qhubeka.
Good morning. My name is David Ngumalu from Observer.
Observer, thank you. It's good to have the media with us here.
Tembisile Makakula from Ecotec.
I didn't hear that. Ngela Pinze Angamova. Masab makhululeka nje.
Sanibonani, libito lami ngithembisile Makakula ngisuka eCodec.
Oh, nice meeting you.
Asenivusele emalangeni, libito lami ngicela Musa Gumetse, ngisuka eCodec ngiphathele emake esikhwama.
Absolutely. Siyabonga. Siyabonga.
Sanibonani, Mpendulo Gumbi, ngisuka ka Digimage.
Siyabonga.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nelly Swapembe from a final year student at UNESCO and IT intern at ESCOM.
Amen.
Good morning. My name is Fusiso Makukula. I'm an intern at SECCOM and I'm a graduate in electrical and electronics engineering from the University of South.
Thank you. Thank you very much. FSRA, it is actually your turn to give us your presentation. Thank you very much. Ngiyade uthi FSRA nimtayele ngiyade ngiphenga my cooperatives nalento zaleta uvela needs no introduction. Ngibabe Bukhosi Dlamini lo ngumphathi kule ku GMCSI. I hope I said that correctly because uvamile nje utshwala but ngingamangala.
This morning I've been wrongly introduced. My name is Bukhosi Dlamini, working for FSRA, but today I'm only going to be representing the CEO. It's true that we work with all credit providers in Swaziland, excluding the banks. You are payday loans, you are small micro lender, you are a SACCO. We obviously classify you as a non-bank. But all in all, we also look at insurances, pension funds, capital market issues. I'm not going to answer any question related. I'm only going to give a speech. It's not going to be a presentation. When I looked at the program, the CEO is required to make a speech. I noticed that all these people that taken stage today are sabelos. Maybe I should also call myself sabelo. I'm not aligned to technology, but as we are here today, we are going to be aligning ourselves to the fintech issues. Ngiya representa la bekunene ningamangali ngawukhuluma nje ngoba ngithunyiwe. Sibonga lokuthini sibe part of this indaba. FSRA is entrusted with the responsibility of supervising the non-bank financial service sector, and we are pleased to be here to be part of this discussion. All of you will remember very well how then we were quickly forced to move into technology. The pandemic itself has taught us a lot. People wanted to access service, but if you were behind with technology, then we were losing a lot of customers. We've seen a lot of our SACCOs that were striving, and credit providers that were striving during the pandemic to be next to their customers when it comes to service. and we want to thank them all. And we are encouraging every one of us here and beyond this room to embrace the fintech issues. We want to also mention that we are happy to have licensed Batsingban Digimage. Oh, below. I'm sure it's going to be moving very fast because it's something that we needed like yesterday. Now, it is common knowledge that financial technology is one of the key drivers of financial inclusion. Recognizing that our role in the space as FSRA is to appreciate this technological development along other regulators, including the Central Bank, Competitions Commission, and everybody else that is a regulator, because all the time we are affected one way or the other by technology. And I read a book just yesterday that in America in 2023 there will be no cash. We have seen that in Swaziland. This financial service is now driven by, technology. And we want to encourage all of us here to embrace it. In issues like technology, I think I'm going to also align myself. The dialogue on financial inclusion is incomplete without the mentioning of the work done by our parent ministry, which is Ministry of Finance, Center for Financial Inclusion, Finmark Trust, the Central Bank. Thus, the increase in the uptake of financial services amongst eMaswati, in particular the underserved population, has been one of the key strategic focus area of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy being concluded this year. The FSRA is a party to the rollout and implementation of the strategy. To this end, the FSRA wants to commit itself to work with all stakeholders whenever required to advance the fintech agenda in realizing the realization of the benefit it brings for us as eMaswati and the economy at large. As regulators in Swaziland and as players in the fintech space, as Katseti Kebeng Begunene, Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, CEO. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. That's it. We still good for time, given the fact that it's late. And I think I would really want, before Digimage are presented, I would really like to continue with this table. It's important that we move together to know exactly who's who in the room, so that we become very relevant in terms of how do we think but in Sekona, hello? My problem is I can't see. I wanted to point to the very person on the other side, but without my glasses, I can't really see it. a thing. At this stage, can I ask you to also do your introductions? What you're trying to do is to make sure that we know everyone who's in the room and what role they are doing here. And I would have wanted to find out my expectations from people, but clearly people are always scared to talk much. So before Digimage comes, can I ask you, Fernando, to introduce yourself? Thank you.
Then what do you want me to say?
You're
Okay.
Fernando.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fernando Ye. I'm the chief of Taiwan Technical Mission.
Thank you. Mayam Nissi, can I then ask, Mayam Nissi, we've heard her voice. We've had this gentleman who calls himself my name. And then maybe, thank you. Sorry, it's the left hand, but it's okay. Actually, go, Damos.
Okay, good. Am I audible?
Yeah, we hear you very clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Manga Dlamini. I'm the Business Advisory Officer from the Rural Science and Technology Park.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just this person, right?
Morning, everyone. Kamalaming Samgelo Sugati. I'm from the Grameen Foundation.
Samgelo. Please proceed. Ask over. Don't be shy.
Sanibonani. Ngosikhumbuze Dlamini, ngibuya kaLthawu. Akangwane.
Siyabonga.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lungelo Smelane. I work for WG Civil Enterprises.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Don Pina Shongonyani. I'm working for WG Civil Enterprises at Bonia.
Thank you.
Good morning, Pinda Twala from Standard Bank.
Good morning. I'm Clement Dlamini from the University of Eswatini, Director for the Center for Community Services.
Siyabusela. Ngakamjali Sibongo. Ngibongela libito lami ngisuka Eswatini Communications Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ketsu Agnene. I work for Digimage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Titselo Dlamini. I'm from Digimage.
Sanbonani, Nguvukani Dlamini from Standard Bank.
Sanibonani, Fana Kamete, Esasco.
Sanibonani, ngibonga Ndlangamandla, ngisuka Ministry of ICT e-Government.
Sanbonani, Tunzi Shabang, Strategic Planning Officer, RSTP National Data Center.
Morning, everybody. Petros Mashwama from the University of Eswatini.
Sinvuselo wangwane. Libito lami ngingumvuso uModweni ngamathebula. Ngisuka ka SPPRA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Mavuso. I'm from the University of Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jablis of Kabela from the FSRA. Mine is to comment on how much I'm looking forward to learning from this initiative, especially when it comes to RegTech and SubTech, because technology is fast evolving. By the time you formulate your guidelines, your rules, your regulations, you find that it's 2 years ahead of you. So I'm looking forward to learning as to how we can actually catch up, because now we have things like peer-to-peer. It's very difficult to regulate. In as much as technology is very good, but it's also posing a challenge to us regulators. How do you regulate cryptocurrency, peer-to-peer? It's very difficult. So I'm looking forward, especially when it comes to RegTech and SubTech. Thank you.
Thank you. You must be the best student in the room. honestly, because this is what I was expecting from everyone. So thank you very much in terms of trying to tell us your own expectations. And it did also, give some few highlights in terms of what is actually currently emerging within this thing. Thank you very much again. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Wandile Matuna from the FSRA. I'm also part of the EFW working group, Fintech working group. So if you have some questions, Scone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that in mind, I would like to invite the Digimage CEO, Mr. Sindiso, to actually give us his presentation. Thank you very much. Please, will you welcome him as he comes forward? Thanks.
Sorry, technical issues. Just a moment. Applause for the gentleman who's helping us right here. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Program Director, Madam Commissioner, financial industry representatives, regulatory bodies represented, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and all protocol observed. My name is Sindiso Dlamini from Digimage, a fintech company whose vision is to provide better control and visibility of data across multiple technology platforms at a global standard. So basically that's what we do in our space. We are part of the information technology industry and the fintech space, which is financial technology. We exist to provide innovative, consumer-centric IT solutions and fintech products that will create clientele value and build long-lasting relations. Today's event has been themed maximizing the fintech space to enhance economic development and financial inclusion. I believe a whole lot of us are more than excited to hear something as it pertains to financial inclusion. I believe even the FSRI team will get to learn a few things maybe from the speakers who are going to participate here after myself as it pertains to RegTech, and I'm very much interested to sit in with you as well to discuss quite a number of things around that area. This obviously does sound like a very big initiative, and it is never going to be possible if we work in silos. It is therefore very imperative that we form collaborations by sharing APIs, sharing ideas, and partner where possible to ensure economic growth and financial inclusion. So this is to say, Digimage cannot run alone out there. We need to work as a team to come up with strategic partnerships that will see to it that at the end of the day, we are well able to realize the kind of initiatives that will see to it that there's economic development in country, and then there's also financial inclusion in our space. We know that there's quite a number of people who have been excluded out there, but through FinTech, we pretty much believe that this will be possible. Everyone deserves to be part of the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem, one way or the other. So, as a company who would like to acknowledge and appreciate the initiatives by MTN Fintech Services, who have taken a posture of being an enabler in the fintech space. And as a company, maybe before I can pass that, can you just give them a round of applause? Now, as a company, we have taken advantage of the MTN Fintech Service Open API to develop an app called ePaynet. I believe those who are well able to see that backdrop, it has just a snapshot from that app that we have developed. The app is accessible via USSD, which is *180#. So if you dial *180, then you should be able to access the platform. What the platform does, basically, it provides for an interoperable environment, which then speaks to one being able to move funds from their FNB account, net bank account, or if anything, their standard bank account into their mobile money wallet. In a very similar way, we have built capabilities that will allow users to be able to push money from their mobile money wallets to these banks that I've already mentioned. So, excuse me. I must say that this came at the right time where COVID-19 propelled everyone towards digitalization. The capabilities for this platform are quite very exciting, as I've already alluded, as this also seeks to enable SACCOs and stockfiles to disperse their emergency loans, as well as process their ad hoc savings transactions with the loan repayment functionality. So I believe Mr. Dlamini Bukosi, during his presentation, he alluded to the fact that most SACCOs were struggling during the lockdown because they wanted to interact with their clients one way or the other, but then it was something that was kind of like far-fetched because we didn't have the kind of technology that will enable that. So allow me to announce this good news to all those groups, whether you are a SACCO or you are a stockfile, where you are, there's a platform called Masbambisane, and that's a platform that we have launched in collaboration with MTN Fintech Services. I thought there was going to be a round of applause. We believe that this will definitely help ensure more inclusion, especially in the rural areas. As a company, we are participating in this space to ensure that we are enabling everyone who is out there to have access to finance. We have partnered with Taiwan ICDF under the project capacity building project for microfinance, focusing on grassroots women in the rural areas. So this is a message of hope, obviously, to all those who are in that space, because we are working tirelessly to see to it that they are part of this ecosystem. We want to therefore also invite and welcome all the organizations that are drivers of financial inclusion across the country to leverage on They are to leverage on this digital financial platform in order for them to meet the goal of reducing financial exclusion in the rural areas from 27% to 15%. I think this is part of the strategy to reduce this to 15% by the end of 2022. So a message of hope once again. We will not leave out providers such as, service providers such as your insurance service providers, your SACCOs, utility service providers, schools, and the rest that we have out there to also take advantage of this kind of a platform, because this platform has been enabled in a way that one can actually pay for their school fees while sitting at the comfort of their homes. And proof of payment is readily available on the platform. You don't have to think about where did I put my deposit slip. It's now digital. You can always download that and forward it to the school consent. Integrations are also available for schools in terms of school fees to be paid online using their MIS solutions that they have developed in their space. This is, of course, a great breakthrough for the excluded community, since we have a large percentage of the marginalized population in the rural areas. They are either underbanked or unbanked at all. So the banks that are represented here, it would be a nice thing to have talks around that piece to see to it how best we can work together and reach out to our brothers and sisters who are in the rural areas. This is part of financial inclusion. These people, or rather these women, entrepreneurs who rely on small businesses to survive, have got no access to finance at all. Now, to think about that kind of a person who is sitting in that space, that person gets a tender to supply mikwembe. I think through the microfinance project, they are bringing capacity to those women to produce the kind of handwork that will see to it that the international community can get to place their orders online. So think about this woman who has received that kind of a tender, but then they don't have capacity to finance that. Now, if they go to a bank, they will be required to produce credit history, which is something that is not available in their space. Now, again, as a company, we have looked into that and thought, let's provide a possibility of accessing quick loans through this same project, the microfinance project for the grassroots women in the rural areas, such that then they can be able to, first of all, access loans, and those loans should go into our credit bureau that we have already spoken about, in order for them to generate credit history, which then in the days ahead, they should be in a position to go to Standard Bank and request for a loan in order for them to be approved of whatever they want to do in their small businesses. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to talk more about the loans themselves on our platforms. This is to say, as a stokvel, there is no need for you to keep your money under the pillow anymore. As an MFI, wherever you are, self-help groups, wherever you are, there is no need for you to think about theft at the end of the year during distributions of those dividends. The platform has been enabled in a way that one can always access, first of all, the loan itself. Secondly, one can also process a savings transaction. And then thirdly, one can also be in a position to process a loan repayment transaction on the platform. So since we are saying financial inclusion, the USSD platform, to enable them, because chances are they don't have the kind of devices that will allow for an app to run right there. We want to thank Grameen Foundation, they are also present here, who has helped us with the development of the USSD interface right there. So in a nutshell, brothers and sisters, allow me to say there is hope for the excluded community out there. As we're talking about financial inclusion, it is not something that is far-fetched anymore, but rather it is something that is here in the house, and we are already driving initiatives to get to get to those who are in the rural areas in order for them to access finance one way or the other. Now, there's just one or two things that we probably can take away from this. Fintech will obviously bring a quick turnaround time on collections for some of the service providers that are going to list their services on the platform. The platform is open, just as you can see. We've got school fees, the offering option or donation option, utility bills as well on the platform. SACCOs, talk about those that are sitting on the Mambo system. I think SASCO will also be part of this panel to talk more about that piece. We are also integrated with SASCO to facilitate payments with ease right there. So then the last thing that I want to probably talk about is that this platform that we have developed, it is secured. I think the central bank alluded to issues that pertains to the sandbox. We were part of the sandbox for over a year or so. But before that, I wouldn't want to count the years before we could be admitted into the regulatory sandbox. So I want to assure everyone seated here that this is a very secured platform, and it will definitely serve the purpose that we seek to address as it pertains to financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just end there so that the next speakers can also come and present their case. If there's anyone who has a question or two, please allow me, Program Director, to take those few questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm intrigued by the iCredit, the app that you guys have, and I'm glad that you're saying it's secured and it'll curb against reckless lending. My question is, how would you go about conducting your KYC, seeing as that it caters to the community that is considered unbanked? So they have no credit history. So what is the criteria when onboarding? Do I have to physically show up at your offices when I first, to provide my information, maybe proof of residence, my ITC report? Okay, let's say I don't have that. What do you look for? What criteria do you use? How do you know how much I'm eligible for? Like your KYC, how do you go about that process? Since it's all digital now, what would you require of me? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I want to believe that question was supposed to be meant for ePaynet, not necessarily iCredit. You remember iCredit is a platform where financial institutions will have to submit their credit that they have extended to their clients. So if there's anything to do with KYC in that space, it has to be done by the financial institution or the service provider concerned. Now, on the ePaynet piece, remember we said ePaynet is the middleman. It will simply provide for interoperability between the bank and the mobile money networks. Now, of note right there is that we have banks doing each due diligence on the other side, and likewise, we have MTN Mobile Money doing their due diligence as well as it pertains to KYC and all of that. So in our case, all we need to do is just enabling environment that will allow anyone to move funds from one platform to the other. Now, the other thing is that there is no one who is going to use our platform unless they are mobile money subscribers or yes, let me just put it that way. As long as you're a mobile money subscriber, then you should be able to access the platform. And then the last thing that I must mention is the fact that we don't hold funds. We are not deposit taking. As a result, we are just we're just enabling the environment such that anyone who wants to process a transaction, they should be able to do so. Even with the lending piece that we do in our space, we don't hold the funds. All the funds goes into a collection account with MTN mobile money. That's how we do that. Thank you. I hope I've covered your area very well. Thank you. Mr. Sabelo. Oh, okay, great. I believe we had a very good one right there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Program Director.
Thank you very much, Sindis. We are born out the future icon. We are born and thank you very much. And one would like to really thank you for your innovations, and I think you've made our lives a lot more easier by coming up with this innovation. Now, ngimbonile khipha le platform ukuthi tawukhuluma ngetimali wazi tintin nema-loans. The question that I would perhaps want to say is that it's a very good platform, has great potential for everyone. And the one thing that we really need right now is that loan facility, la paga mobile money. Currently, I think the loan facility is about 600 Malangeni, and I think someone actually provides that loan. They just provide the environment for you to get that loan facility. One would also want to get a view, in terms of my fees. One of the biggest problems that we've always had within the field of financial inclusion and from the field of exclusion is basically because people have always had a problem with fees. If you ask someone, how long do you have a bank account? Yes, they have a bank account. How do you use it? It's a post office. Fairly mali. It's not figure but you pum. It's a posting. They will all tell you that banking fees are too high. These are things that we need to start talking to. These are all financial inclusion related issues. The other issue, does it still make sense to have landfill to a proof of address? Does it really make sense? Don't you think it's time that we begin as innovators to start thinking in terms of an EKYC, a financial digital identity? I look to onke malang. That time is actually gone. And I think the innovators in the room should really be thinking about this. My mobile phone number is actually my KYC. You can talk about everything else, but my mobile phone number is actually that one. Why do I say this? It is because every day, as I rest and as I sleep, mobile money.
Nathi ngetindzaba letimnanzi naletiphephile tekutfumela imali yakho ube ungcebelekile. Kanjani? Yebo.
Actually track where my phone is actually resident all the time. And for me, that is what we really should be using as a financial digital identity. my number should be quite sufficient. And I think the discussion really right now should be around how can we actually come up with a financial ID. From the rule base, it's even worse, where you have to provide an ID. You know, you also need to also get your opinion leaders to do almost anything. However, if we had, and I'll tell you this, we have an over 88% cell phone penetration in this country. And I certainly believe that is what we should be focusing a bit more in terms of, talking to issues with regard to proof of address. With those few words, what I'd like now to be able to do, oh yeah, I've got a hand. And please, we are, forum le, siya dialogue. Dialogue is the key to success. And this is what we are going to do in this meeting. Thank you. I'll open up questions. I have actually provoked some issues. Thank you, Twala.
Yeah, Mjali is threatening me, Sabelo. No, I'm just thinking, Sabelo, as per the other colleagues' submission and your submission, moving to eKYC and making sure that, I will say, the consumers don't submit the information to us as the providers. Maybe to the MNOs and the commission, there was a VELA exercise which was done a few years back. I think we can maybe use that information, like you said. If I have the cell phone number, you give me the cell phone number. I then, through the APIs, link with the VELA database. I do my screening as a service provider. There is another option that we need to look at. I think we have the information. Home Affairs already has that ID verification system. Those are other platforms that we can use. We can use the cell phone number only, and then as the institutions, we take the risk of then verifying the information. But it is up to the providers if they are willing to share that information or not. And do they have SLAs in place that we can sign in terms of protecting that data that is being shared? Thank you.
Kuyevakala. Yeah, uthi Twala la vele uyavumelana nami ukuthi leli cingo kungaba a good form of financial identity. Siyekele lokuhamba siphethe bogesi. No, with that in mind, I would like us to proceed to the next program, and I don't know how we're going to do this. I need to be guided by Labani Balom Sebendi. We need to do a group photo. Ngicabanga ukuthi singenza njani Grace? Let's rumble kumele sisithatha kanjani nje? Sitala. How are we going to do this? Group photo? Ngiva bathi kufanele sitela. Ngathi sitawuzama kodwa. Can I ask us to come to the front so that we can collectively take a picture? Can I ask people to come to the front? Sitawuzama kuma la kule stage. Khulekani sesi. Nazisuka la sitawuhamba. Sitawuhamba liya la ngaphandle. Lelitiya likhona mase ngaphandle. Nasicetha ke lana sitawubamba litiya. Can we come? That's not much cousin. That's Sikupoge. This is for everyone. It's a group. It's actually a group picture. It's a group picture.
Gibela. Sicela sisukume shem. Sitothatha lesithombe and make history.
Nathi-ke tindzaba letimnanzi naletiphephile tekuthumela imali yakho ube ungcebelekile. Kanjani? Yebo nga-ePaynet. Sikwendela mobile money aye ebhange lakho noma kusuka ebhange lakho uye ku mobile money. Ungasakhathazeki. Downloada ePaynet lamuhla ku Google Play. Wonke onke ama-payments akho electronically ube ungcebelekile. Yes, it's possible. Thola imininingwane ku Facebook noma ku website ya ePaynet. Lethi ePaynet.selftech.co.za. ePaynet. Nathi-ke tindzaba letimnanzi naletiphephile tekuthumela imali yakho ube ungcebelekile. Kanjani? Yebo nga-ePaynet. Sikwendela mobile money aye ebhange lakho noma kusuka ebhange lakho uye ku mobile money. Ungasakhathazeki. Downloada ePaynet lamuhla ku Google Play. Wonke onke ama-payments akho electronically ube ungcebelekile. Yes, it's possible. Thola imininingwane ku Facebook noma ku website ya ePaynet. Lethi ePaynet.selftech.co.za. ePaynet.
program. Yeah, little bit inside. Tikahle nje lethu. Can I ask? Can we come in? Can we go back, please? Guys, inside. Can I ask that we go back now? Can I ask that we go back again? Can I ask Salas again? Hey, I have to fetch the kids. I'll leave you guys, eh? I'll have to leave to fetch the kids.
I know. I'm just thinking of how you are going to juggle it together.
No, I won't be in for the afternoon session.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I have to.
Okay.
Gosh, it's been a long term now.
Yeah.
We need this break.
Yeah.
Nama ngalitholi sengiyanatha nje. I think we're ready to start. That's Trolembili. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I think we need to move on for the sake of our program for today. This is now going to be the more interactive part of the session, where we'll be having a panel discussion. And for this discussion, I think this session will be led by Babem Chali, who's a manager at ESECOM. So I'll like to call him up to the front so that he starts his session. Babem Chali.
Thanks, Program Director. And all protocol observed, and a good morning. Ungakamjali sibongo mine. Ngibonge nilibito lam lelinye ngibafana. Onke. I come from the regulator, Eswatini Communications Commission. I have a couple of colleagues here. Lomunye ndambona in the afternoon, Lashope. And then I've got my two bosses on my right at the far back, who are here to tick the boxes to make sure that I do what the commission sent me to do. Chair, I want to also bring apology from the Chief Executive of the Commission. He is engaged on another important session, which also fits to what we were talking about. The Commission is working on the National Addressing System, which seeks to make sure that everyone has an address and the postal code, which should come in handy, more especially when you talk about e-commerce. I hope Twala from the other bank will be happy, because it will then enable an easy transaction on e-commerce. Chair, before I invite the panelists, which I hope they are here by now, I've been asked by the team to make one or two comments with regards to the function today. And the Chief Executive shared some notes that I will try to read as is. so that we appreciate what we are here about. And I will read where I talk mine. Ngidawuvela ngikhulume ngeSiswati utobona ukuthi sengifaka kwami sengenanatel. All protocol observed, thank you for the invitation to speak at this Fintech Indaba on maximizing fintech to enhance economic development and financial inclusion. It is mine and the Commission's great pleasure to be part of this important engagement. For those that may not be familiar with the Commission, it is a regulatory body of electronic communication sector in the country, and this sector broadly includes telecommunication networks and services, broadcasting, postal and courier, data protection, electronic commerce, amongst others. It is the Commission purpose to enable the delivery of an affordable, sustainable and quality communication for all eMaswati. This event we believe will perform an important role in highlighting the strength and potential of the fintech sector in the kingdom. Recently, we have seen that the digitization is transforming business models, social norms, and public policy landscape. The exponential growth of digitization and internet connectivity are the backbone of the fourth industrial revolution, which permeates numerous sectors globally, including trade, energy, transport, education, media, healthcare, and including the financial services. COVID-19 crisis has seen a further acceleration as part of digitization. Online sales have surged and digital banking has increased. Steadily, we are embracing the cashless society mindset through digital finance in all its forms. This has seen an upward inclusion of people financially to enable effective and effective digital economy thrive. As a country, however, we are in infant stage of fintech revolution, which will become highly sophisticated as we gradually grow into it. We must adopt some commonly used tools, regulatory sandbox as an example that have been spoken to a couple of times, which the regulators ensure new innovation comply with current regulatory framework, meet the minimum security standard in order to build trust for consumers of the innovation. Having said that, collaboration has increasingly become important, especially for regulators, in order to provide an enabling environment for fintech to be nurtured. One important issue to address is the scaling up challenge. That is how successful startup can scale up into large companies to play a more significant role in sectors of the country's financial system that will remain relevantly unexploited for industry purposes. There is a need to address how we tailor our supervisory approach to support growing innovation. One approach, for instance, is to reduce the regulatory red tape, which suffocates this innovation until they become a solid product foundation for the market. As regulators, we need to identify when we should step in at the tipping point. The tipping point is between too small to care or too large to ignore. As I conclude, the fintech is a broad and dynamic sector that requires a wide range of dynamic responses from authorities. The Commission recognizes the benefits of fintech and technology innovation that technology innovation can bring, and that it may come in many forms, shapes, and sizes. The infrastructure we provide, whether hard or soft, takes just as many forms and the range across a wide range of fintech landscape. We need to ensure that ultimately the public infrastructure we provide for private innovation promotes scalable fintech innovation so that there is continuous development of the digital economy. By those few words, I thank you, Chair, and I want to move on to the next phase of the task that have been given and invite the following I hope they are here to join me in the hot chair so that we can discuss the potentials, unlocking the potential of fintech for financial inclusion panel discussion. Can I invite Smanga Smelane from Bantwana, if he's here, Mavi from UNDP, and Grace Lulu from the Taiwan Mission to come and join me. Yabona ukuthi ngathi ngedwa ngicabanga ngimi le panel Msheng ngicabanga ngimi le panel okay maybe as they make their way angisambona lo sindisi I must wait okay I am getting a signal that I must wait maybe Chair if I may allow for questions on the first part. If there are any, except for Twala from Standard Bank, he mustn't ask. So that at least we can then, as we move on to the next phase, engage. It's a problem. Before you raise your hand, but
you're on the floor.
Good morning. I don't know why Mr. Mjali angalela tsankolom. I have a serious concern on this topic. I'm from the Royal Science and Technology Park, from the business incubation part, and my concern is the SMEs in this space, say fintech. How big and how accommodative is it for SMEs? I have two concerns. One is, can I just make an example with Digimage? Digimage has taken quite a huge scope of already offering kule fintech space yabo. So now I'm thinking what's in the pop Eswatini, another SME, Maga into play. How profitable would that be for the SME? My second concern is, as the science park, we are dealing with inventors, and then they come up with whatever technology aspects they have. How open is the space for them to test their prototypes? Because lana sikhuluma ngemali. So how are they able to do that? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Toby. I know we have the answers right in the room. But yeah, you are on with your session. Maybe you can assist with providing the answers. The question is very clear. The slice of the cake is gone. Longer little cake. SMEs. That's the question. The other one is, sandbox. Sandbox. SMEs
Okay, thanks, Toby. I see there is another hand further at the back. I'm not sure. No,
the doctor will attend to you. No. I'll open e-learning.
Okay.
E-learning.
And again, thanks, Toby, for the question. I think I will deal with part of it. I will get Sabelo to deal part of it. RSTP will deal part of it. I think it will be inaccurate for us to think the cake is gone, because we have a large amount of people in the country that have still not tapped into the financial sector. Account, and this, we haven't started in the e-commerce space. I think that back sale. I mean, they still want to sell cows. They still want to sell their wares, but we haven't taught them how, which is what we will talk with the team that is coming here. The problem is that because Digimage so qale kwenda lokhu bese nami ngifuna kwenda lokhu njengalokwakhe. That is where the problem is. Iqala lapho kanti you look at the place that you want to play, and then you do a little bit of research to it to identify the opportunity. Whoa, so that you identify the opportunities that are there. The second part is the issue of the sandbox. The sandbox, so that then we can relax the rules, because we are increasing risk. So as you relax the rules, we are taking the risk from you as regulators. So you need to get your story right. So that is some of the things that we'll do. So Sabela Zongupendulele, I think the RSTP, if there is one or two that I haven't spoken to.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mchali. Tobile nice buyana ekhaya. But you know, we as RSTP Nati, we do play a huge part in creating an enabling space for these innovators to come up, to further develop and come up with these innovative ways of doing things. Like for an example, I would like to upload MTN Eswatini. We have partnered with them. They are providing a platform for more testing and for more prototyping, but they are open with the startups for connect sebenzisa API yabo. So yeah, we are in the right move.
Thank you, Charlie. Just to pick up, so I think there was an assumption made, possibly, that the fintech space is already saturated. And I'd like to just correct this. So when we approach a sandbox, we have what's known as one of the options being a thematic sandbox, so based on different themes of gaps that we've identified. I'm just going to read off some of the gaps, and then those SMEs or people with ideas can start thinking, would say, okay, what could I do in this particular space? So first theme is payment and remittances. So that covers NFC, contactless payments, near-field communication. It also covers instant payments, artificial intelligence, fraud detection, DLT, so digital ledger technology. Then if you go down to mobile money, okay, I would say that's fairly saturated. We go down, third-party providers, electronic KYC. So in what way are we onboarding? How do we get to know our customers? Are we using technology to do that? Solos, utility bills, it's very draconian. It's an old way of working. There's new ways of working now. So I think there's huge opportunities in that space. Digital identity, biometrics, API sharing, the list goes out the door. And of course, for SMEs, you can also try and see what solutions regulators need to better regulate their space. So I see the market as totally open. And that's the first point. The second one is go and visit the sandbox at the central bank website, because nobody seems to know about it. So I'm trying to bring it up today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm still waiting for my panelist, but you must think on your toes. So I have another question at the back. I'm just waiting for a signal if the panel is here now, so that we can get, because we're already discussing how to unlock. Let me get the question from the back so we can continue.
No, mine is not a question, but it's a comment on what you said about maybe relaxing some of the rules or requirements as regulators, because we do want people to join our space, to enter our space, but then there have been complaints of too much red tape, and all of those requirements are for a reason, because we are also here to protect consumers as well. So I think with the advancements in fintech, we are open as regulators to innovation and changing, so that the market, people can find it attractive and easy to enter our market, while still adhering to all of those requirements and complying with the set laws and regulations and rules. It is, you can say it's cumbersome if you choose to look at it that way, but it's for a reason. It's to protect you, both the consumer and the provider of the service. So mine is to just second what you said, that in as much as we'd like to ease things up, there's a thin line. It's tricky. It's tricky, but I am open. I think that as regulators, we are open to suggestions, advancements, innovations, so that more people can enter our space.
Okay, thank you very much. And Doc, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Fashion, UNESCO. Yeah, my question is very simple, but I don't know the answer. So the question goes like this: what are factors that you consider to determine someone's or individual's inclusion status? What are the variables?
The microphone was
factors?
helping me. Why are you changing it? Because I didn't want to hear you, so that I don't answer you.
What are the variables or factors that you consider to determine someone's or individual's financial inclusion status? Thank you.
Come again?
What are the variables or factors that need to be considered to consider someone's financial inclusion status?
Yeah, you see, you're asking like a doctor. Thanks, Doc. I will come to Sabelo, because I know that it is part of the sandbox requirements. You have another question, or you want to answer? Oh, okay.
You know, I know Dr. Fashoto is a data man, so he's looking for those data sets, Nyado, and that's not how I'm going to answer this question. I think at basics, because you said it's a simple question, so I'll give a simple answer. At basic level, it's the person or human being's interaction with financial services. Is it accessible or is it not? So if I were to give a 0%, this person is not financially included, they have no access to financial services. It's not affordable for them, and where they sit in the different stratums of society, they can't access anything. Versus you're totally financially included, you have access, and it's affordable at whatever you earn. That's how I would go to, like, as a knee-jerk answer. But there's a proper defined answer that you could find and look up. I'm just answering for simplicity's sake. Thank you.
Covered, Doc. Okay, Sabel.
I think, Doctor, you're asking a very good question. When we say, as a country, we are sitting on 87% financial inclusion level, what exactly are we actually talking about? And I think that is actually your question, Dorothea, if I'm right. and I think Sabelo as well makes a very good attempt to actually provide an answer. And the answer, it basically lies in the definition of financially inclusion. You have access to a wide variety of products that are actually offered within within the financial services sector. And these services have been, they're quality products, they're affordable. And most importantly, you can begin to interact with the financial system across 4 or 5 quadrants. The quadrants being that you are financially included because you have a product that will actually allow you to actually save. We say you are financially included because you have the ability, because of the financial service that you're exposed to, you're able to actually remit and make payments. You're financially included if you have the ability to actually get credit within that financial sector that you're exposed to. And finally, you are financially included because you have access to facilities which would allow you to do risk mitigation. In other words, you can take insurance. However, for you to really have all these. There are now certain elements that you will actually really need. One of them is actually to have some level of financial capability. That means you need to, with that, therefore, as practitioners, financial literacy then becomes a very important undertaking that we actually need to actually do to ensure that all the products that I've spoken to about are actually served and you understand each and every one of them. That is my answer. Thank you.
Thanks. But there is a question there. In the interim, can I ask Bantwana to come to the hot seat and join me? And can I ask Taiwan ICDF to come and join me? So that they answer the difficult questions. I'll tackle the easier ones. You can go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good morning again. Let me first re-ask the question by the doctor without asking it, so that we can know that it needs to be answered one day. That is, how did we come to the decision of having these products that we are advertising today of fintech? That is the variables. So I'm re-asking it without asking. And then my question will be, normally when we sit in such fashion, it is us people who already had the services. In this case, the financial services. And as I'm looking at that theme there is grassroots women in Eswatini. That what are the strides or initiatives that we have made that this fintech is to the people at the grassroots level? For instance, as Digimage CEO was presented, and then because he was trying to address the people in the grassroots, and then there was this USD 180. Now I said, let me punch that in my SIM card that does not have airtime. And there was an error. Yet we are trying to reach to the grassroots, and who is going to explain to that person? But all in all, we have the tendency when we're sitting in this table that we talk about people that are there, yet there is nothing that is addressing them, and we ignore all the validations. For instance, this application, what are the cost implications that the grassroots person is going to incur? Here, we're already affording. So we already had this. So the fintech, as that theme is addressing, is for the micro focusing on grassroots. So what are the initiatives to address those people? In fact, the many population in the country. Thank you.
Thanks.
Tunzi Shabang.
Bani?
Tunzi Shabang.
Yeah, yempele. Uteka yona. And you again went back to the doctor's question to say, then how do you decide to do fintech? Why do you decide to do fintech? What are the things that to be on the lookout for? And maybe that is what you see, they are here to help me deal with, because we need to unlock that. One of the things that I said when I responded to Tobile is, you need, before you get there, why do you want to do it? Maybe that is why kube mnebeng interviewer Cindy sebeng dambuta kutsi how your peers that you started with abasekhola. Why are you here? Because that will answer what the doctor's question is, because maybe he did his bedwork right in terms of the study of the problem. When I judged him a couple of years ago, he came with this thing and he told us he wants to do this thing. I said, what is the problem that you're trying to address? It was convincing, maybe that is why he is here. And maybe that is the reason why it is difficult to directly respond to the question because one, angimati lo muntu ufuna kwendani. Uyabo, ufuna ukuvula inkampani, ufuna kwenda fintech, leni. It is not for me to answer, and it is not scientific per se, because it must be from a problem. The biggest problem that we do these days, nami ngifuna kwenda fintech. What problem are you solving? And that is where it starts, so that everything in between falls back to why we're doing this. The second part that you're talking about is how do we then engage with the people on the ground? Siyabacabangela lathi sinama account, sinabo mobile money, sinabo banban, nabo email, tazangishaya jablan. Sinabo imali, nabo banban. But the people on the ground, how do we then engage them? How do we then educate them? How do we take them in this journey? And I am happy that I've got Bantwana here, who work with the people on the ground. I am hoping that in part of their presentation, they will talk to that. What are they picking up on the ground that we can tap into? Sabelo here, Lolumia Sabelo, I Lolumia Sabelo, mentioned that there are a lot of version grounds. There are a lot of opportunities that are there that still need to be tapped on. But ngeke uvuke namhla uthi ufuna kuba wenda data, so ufuna kwenda wena ama robotics. Usukelwa yini? What is the problem you're trying to solve? Have you found a niche market for yourself? So ngidakuphendula ngibeka umuno lapho, and I'm hoping that the team here banikeni lo mbhobho bekunen. Loya abamba umbhobho wakho umuntu athi khona ukuphendulele. Sengiphendule kakhulu ngiphendulele tonode abantu angisuye Jesu. Bantu abatiphendulele. I want the team to introduce themselves. Naloks babuya kuphi. I've got two from Bantwana and I've got one from ICDF. And once you introduce yourself, you can make one or two comments before I ask the easy questions. The easy questions. And then I will talk on behalf of the Commission myself in terms of financial inclusion and unlocking what are we doing as a Commission. Angicela ngawe ndozakithi lo gqoke ishetlele imhlophe ngoba wena uzowubambile umbhobho. Ngicela ukuthi ungicelile laba lababamba le microphone ngale ukuthi bavula ama volume ama microphone
Hello?
Wena kunene.
Okay, I'm Smangaliso Smelane from Bantwana Initiative, focal person for income generating activities. We'll be with my colleague here, Colin Masipela. I think for me, the main worry and concern with financial inclusion is how to work with the disabled people, because we are working with them at community level, but there is always a need for that extra person to actually help them with the income generating activities that the businesses. So it ends up not feasible now to engage this particular person in a business rather than we go for cash transfers just for them to attend to their immediate needs, whereas it is more sustainable to actually involve them in a business. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning to us all. Good morning to us all. My name is Colin. I'm also with Bantwana. Bantwana Initiative was launched in 2008, basically to support communities, mitigate the impact of HIV, and AIDS. We do different activities at the community. Again, we really work with the vulnerable households, the caregivers, the caretakers out there to really try and strengthen them so that they can also be able to meet their day-to-day needs. But I will not talk more about the other activities that we are doing. I will just try to zero on our financial inclusion aspect in the program. So basically, we also do some financial literacy, also some training, but our main focus is really also micro-enterprise idea generation and also its initiation for these vulnerable young women and also caretakers of the orphans and vulnerable children in the communities. And so with the support of our partners, currently I would say we work with 234 groups which reach over 3,200 caretakers, taking care of orphans and vulnerable children. Then we also have about 176 groups for reaching over about slightly under 2,000 young women out there in the various constituencies. But I think from our experiences as we interact with them, we see the lived challenges that they lack consistent flow of income. For those who also receive a little bit of cash inflow from maybe their sons and daughters out in South Africa, for an example, or also who are working in Matsapa, you realize that the cash flows are very sporadic. What that means for us is, because as a program, we really zero on what we call community savings and lending groups. These community savings and lending groups are a group of about between 20 to sometimes up to 30 vulnerable caretakers who then self-select and then who come up with their own group constitution. So it varies from one group to the other, whereby now as they form that group, it's solely based on their social networks, and also their understanding within that community. So as they form the group, they'll say, okay, we would want to also save some money so that in the times of loss, we can be able to fall back on. But at the same time, we also want not to exclude any of our members. So they kind of vote in terms of how much do you think we can be able to throw into the basket on a weekly basis. So let's say 4 of them will say, let's put 5 emalang a week. Then one Gogo says, no, let's just put 1 emalang a week. They then all agree to go for 1 emalang a week. That's the protocols that they normally follow, so that they don't exclude the Gogo who can only afford 1 emalang a week. But then for those who have a little bit more, like I was saying, the funding streams are also very sporadic, they then can save as much as they can. There's that provision. So now from the groups, they can then have, they force each other to have mandatory loans, and so that they can borrow, to kind of grow the money, but also as a challenge, and for each member to be able to meet their own goal set, annual target. Like for an example, Gogo will say, by the end of year, just before Christmas, I want to have 2 chickens. That's why I'm saving beginning January. So the group will help monitor to make sure that Gogo has bought those 2 chickens, at the end of it all. But from those loans and the savings that they are doing, we also then encourage, like I was saying, there's an element around, financial literacy, as well as also, including money management, but also again business idea generation, and also, being able to utilize the existing opportunities within their own communities to then come up with some micro enterprises, for an example. So they can then also borrow that cheaper money that they've agreed on a cheaper rate, that they entrust each other, without all the collateral, etc. So their collateral is mostly the social collateral, because they are from the same locality. So they can then be able to grow those businesses. So we encourage them to save, so that when the money is also there, they can then borrow and grow their businesses. And also they can borrow so that they can meet health or educational needs for the vulnerable children and young women that they're dealing with. So we also have extended that from targeting caretakers to also target the young women. I think we all understand the challenges that young women also encounter locally. So the young women can also have a fallback on, so that they can also be able to draw on a little bit of some money, so that they can be able to buy some of their menstrual hygiene needs, for an example, but also they can grow some of the business ideas. So from that angle, the experience has been save, so that you can have cheaper money within your locality, so that you can grow the little enterprise that you are doing, but But again, we see from the other end that some don't even have the money to save. They cannot even do the weekly savings. So some of the groups, they then carry. Remember, the other one can save 5 emalangeni. Some will say, oh, in the next 3 months, I will help you save a 1 rand, 1 emalangeni until you're back on your feet, then you pay me back. So they try to help each other so that they all realize their end goal by the end of the year. Not much, just a little, because for us, we don't want to really grow the dependence, but would want to set them on their own independent or self-reliant pathway. So I think I'll pause for now. But in terms of fintech, you realize that the gogos that we are referring to, we all see the experiences. They also don't have these smart gadgets where they can run around on their WhatsApp. Some of them, they're just the basic or the feature phone, which then capitalizes on USSD. I wouldn't want to say they're unbankable, but I know that's an economic term, a financial term, etc. But majority of them are unbankable. So as they do these savings, as a program, we've been also encouraging them to utilize the imali or the momo, because we know the risks of carrying that cash within their localities. But again, they also shy away from the service costs and the service charges. And I think it's an area that we are then continuing to engage MTN, Swazi Mobile, etc., to say how can we continue to also bring them in. But we see most of these groups sustaining them, and some have been established as far back as 2014, and they are there, and they can actually point to say, I have this because of the savings groups that I'm participating in. I think I'll pause here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I will come back with the list of questions from what you have said.
Thank you very much. I'm Margaret Grace Lulu from the Taiwan Technical Mission, working under the capacity building project for microfinance, focusing on grassroots women in Eswatini. This is a project which started in 2020 in November. The whole aim of this project is focusing on individual entrepreneurs, individual women out there in the rural areas that are busy with income generating projects. It's also focusing on groups which are also out there in the rural areas that are also engaged on some income generating projects, groups which might be informal. So it also focuses on savings and credit cooperatives or multi-purpose cooperatives, which are also out there in the rural areas where these individuals probably can take up membership and become members of these formal institutions, which we call multi-purpose cooperatives, so that they can have some access to the financial services that these cooperatives do provide. So as a project, we empower the women, the individual women which are involved in income generating projects on entrepreneurship skills and probably all that they need for their business to start up, grow, and be well maintained and be sustainable at the end. And also the same thing applies to the groups which are also out there involved in some income generating projects. So then we provide customized training courses for these women to grow their businesses. So what we encourage them is that once they have their businesses running and well sustainable, let them join an institution or a cooperative that is nearer to them, because these cooperatives are registered and they are formal. so that they can save with these cooperative societies and also access loans. So that will help them to have that access to the financial services, which is we're talking to financial inclusion. The people will be able to pay savings, put in savings in that circle, and also be able to get loans, which will help them in terms of capitalizing their businesses, individual businesses, and also making sure that their businesses are sustainable. So at the same time, we want them to join these circles so that they could have that easy access to those financial services. And one thing to ensure financial inclusion, we made sure that we partner with Digimage, which is Digimage has already come up with an e-payment application, which those women can also download that application and be able to make those payments at the comfort of their homes. We know that probably some of them do not have the smartphones, but that was taken into consideration because they can also use their feature phones, which they use by using the USSD. So that is why we found it fit that at least let us get experts in the field who can help us to ensure that these women are also financially literate or are able to join the digital space. So as you can see, the project is all talking about capacity building. So it is our mandate to go out there and make sure that we educate and be able to train these women on all this digital jargon that we're talking about here. So it is our duty. We invite experts to do that for us. As we have partnered with Digimage, and teach them about how do you use your cell phone in order to access these services that we are talking about. How do you download the app that we are talking about? We actually go out there and they download the app and then they get to use that app and be able even to do a transaction while we are still there with them. Some of them have already used this app to the people that we are talking about. So we encourage them to join those circles. For an example, at Butleni, we have a Butleni multi-purpose cooperative, which they are also here with us. They can also attest that their membership numbers have increased because of these women that we have trained. Now they've seen the benefit of being part of the formal system by joining that circle and be members of this circle. So now they are enjoying the services that are offered by that formal institution. They are, we can safely say now they are not unbankable, but they are bankable. So that is what we're trying to do as the Taiwan Technical Mission or under this project, trying to ensure that the women that we label unbankable become bankable at the end of the day. So we also have maybe let me continue on at Tulane. So these circles which are based in the rural areas, they also have systems to do their financial transactions. They have the Mambo system, which is provided by the apex body of the Savings and Credit Cooperative Societies, which is a SASCO. So in that system, there is the e-payment system. So they have that access to that. So at the end of the day, we are saying that these women, we can safely say now they are financially included. Another example is the Lutango Multi-Purpose Cooperative Society. Luthango Multi-Purpose Cooperative Society is a SACCO or a cooperative that embraces all the women in the country. So they operate through the different constituencies. That is where they collect the money, and then the money is put into the bank account of the Luthango cooperative. So it has been very difficult in times of COVID to do those transactions. But since Luthango is also a formal SACCO now, and it is a formal institution, and also has the system, so the Mambo system. So these women are able now, with the app that is there, the e-payment app, they are now able, when they are gathered, or even in their different homes, be able to transact the money that is needed to be paid to Luthango SACCO. And Luthango SACCO is able to do the collections every month without any problems. So this is what we are trying to do under the capacity building project for microfinance, trying to ensure that those women which are left out in the financial technology are also embraced, and they also can also have this access to financial services which are provided by these formal institutions. And some of them, I also talked about groups that we also capacitate. Some of these groups have also indicated that they are in formal rights, they are doing business, and they are making a lot of money, but they would like to become formal groups. So they have now been registered as cooperative society. That is one initiative that we have also tried to embark on, because they have been advising us that we have seen the benefits of being a cooperative. Can we register as a formal institution? At the present moment, we are working on about 10 institutions that we have already registered from the start of the project, which are now formal cooperative societies. So we are doing all this to prepare for them for the second phase of our project, which is offering microfinance to these individuals and also to these formal cooperatives. So in that case, then, when we start or embark on our phase 2, the finances are going to be channeled through the formal institutions, which are the SACCOs. Then these women can have access to those finances that we're trying to make sure that they have access to, and they are able to capitalize their businesses, make sure that their business grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. So I think now you have a perspective of what they are doing. We still need to deal with the issue of unlocking and where are the opportunities, which is why they have joined me in the hot seat. Maybe before I give them, there are a few questions I can see from the floor already, the indication of questions. Let me talk about what the Commission itself is trying to do in the issue of unlocking the space. One of the things that we are trying to do is, from a coverage perspective, we are working towards having 80% of the population of the country covered on broadband speed. And we're dealing with broadband in its totality, because if you're sitting on 2G, you will not be able to do some other financial transactions, especially if you have a smartphone. So we're working on ensuring that Onge la Maswati have access to at least 4G with our licensed operators. So Astendel is 7 bo Shiba. I would nglo 2 million Shiba. Nabo Jablan and the rest of the team, so that at least people have decent coverage. The other part is, you spoke about disabled people. One of the initiatives that we are trying to do is to make sure that disabled people in two folds. One, from an end user device perspective. When I talk about end user, I don't want to limit to a cell phone. I also talk to the tablets, the laptops, is to make sure that we have that available for disabled people. We do it in two fronts. We work with the office of the DPM, where we have given smartphones from a disbursement perspective, but ukhanda ukuthi umbuhola ngelicingo lemshana noma lemzala and lemali besimila tinyawo. From an education perspective, we are equipping schools with the end user devices to be able to enable the students to go to school. You will have noted that in some of the schools that we go to, we go with disabled people, but we expect them to perform like enabled people. So we need to bridge that gap. The issue of cost reduction becomes another important one, and I'm sure it's going to come from the floor. I can almost predict who's going to ask that. So there's the issue of cost reduction, especially on data. It is the mandate of the Commission to ensure that we reduce the cost. But we need to responsibly reduce the cost, because if we don't do it responsibly, Babesho Ongelapa Ekonene will kill me because he's going to say, you want me to close. So we need to do it responsibly, but we need to make sure that the cost of data is reduced as a country, because we're still a little bit on the higher side, and we accept that as a Commission. That is something that we are working on. Then the last one is a collaborative work that we do with other regulators and institutions to make sure that we create an enabling environment. So now to test the concept, but you must think about it carefully, because we are going to ask you 150 questions. And if you tick all the boxes right, we will give you an environment to test what you want to test, similarly to the sandbox concept that we spoke about earlier. Now, I want to go back to maybe to Bantwana. One of the things that you have mentioned is the issue of enabling communities to set up groups. How do you deal with the issue of capacity building? I will try to position it. So as we all want people to use smartphones, the mistake that we do is what the gentleman over there was asking. Bayawati in the smartphones, or we're throwing this thing to them and say, if you want help from this organization, use it. How far do we go there? Because it becomes one of the important. The second part is the issue of security. In terms of saying, how far do we go in terms of making sure that it is a secured environment, and we bring confidence to the people on the ground in terms of security. Security comes in two ways. People share phones because so if we then again push them to use the concept of using a phone to save stock fellas Digimage, how then do you deal with that? Because if you don't deal with the security, people are not going to trust what we're doing. How do we deal with it? I think the last one is a challenge that I want you to throw to the people on the floor. How do we enable? Where are the potential opportunities that as people on the ground you see that we must tap into? Fintech. Where are the opportunities that we must look out for? And you can give one or two examples. In 3 minutes, in as much as 7 minutes. Between you two, you can decide who's going to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll try to do in 30 seconds. Okay, so in terms of capacity building, the strategies or the approach that we have been using is to build community change agents or community facilitators who then cascade the trainings at that level. But again, like I was saying, some of the groups, we have been supporting them for over 4 years now, about the 2 years with COVID, but over 4 years now, and it's high time that they then mature and then transition into the next levels within the financial inclusion cascade. And also again, if we're looking at an opportunity to really then partner, with others who are really in it, but we also have some digital literacy content that we do. We just don't give them tablets because we understand that they are not AMA 2000s. Then in terms of security, security from a gadget perspective, it's really a thorn. I would say it's really a thorn which the tech guys can really assist. But it's an area that we have been starting to really grow into because we want to take our groups to the next level. But I would say from the traditional perspective of it, or the traditional way that they've been managing their own resources, they have multiple members have access. Like for an example, 5 people have access to the cash box. So they should all be there at the same time. If one is missing, then they don't have access to their records and their resources. But also in terms of pushing the digital applications to them, the idea is for those who then have the smart bigger screen applications to be able to run their own transactions. But again, we are still excluding those who have feature phones who can then not also run their transactions for the systems that are then depending on the smarter phones. In terms of where are opportunities, I'll pass to my
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Wasipela. I think I can touch on the security mainly, still looking on the project with the disabled groups. For security, we do provide follow-up visits because they have to rely on the next person. Even if you send money to them, most of the time they rely on the next person to actually go and withdraw. We provide field visits, follow-up where we call the actual beneficiaries to actually see if they are really getting that benefit. By the field visit, we also have secured discussions actually with the beneficiaries so that we know exactly whether or not they are the ones who get that particular benefit. With Fintech, of course, that's why Mr. Masipela had to shift with the opportunities. I think we also rely on the expertise of the audience to say where exactly can we tap in as an organization so that we can actually improve our work with the groups. I think I'll pause there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you will get 1 or 2 questions. I want to deal with from a Taiwan perspective. One of the things that you have said repeatedly was that you encourage them to work with cooperatives. I think it's formal structures. And maybe one, it gets a little bit uncomfortable. Yabona nangabe sonke kutawutshela nje ukuthi kufuna siphume nangu nangu ya. Ubese uyabuza kondliwa ngulube yinye nje konenjani la. So I just need to understand why are we so much into this? People must follow the cooperative rules, the cooperative road, and are the cooperative across the country, and are the cooperatives digitized themselves? Because we don't want to create a bottleneck. This side we want to unlock people like Tobile to start fintechs. Ngalana sisabaya ma cooperative, la ma cooperatives zona agasi ready. I'm not saying they are not ready, but I just need you to put us at ease. Ngembona umphathi director cooperative na yangibuka ukuthi ngishayele KPI yakhe ngiyayiqeda nya. But because that is where it comes into. We don't want to create red tapes from the regulatory environment, but then when we get to the ground again, let's not create other red tapes by saying people must use one door. Why must they use one door? I think the second question that I have, what are the enablers? What are the opportunities that you have seen working with SMEs on the ground that we need to tap into, and maybe the red tapes that they are saying they can't do this because, so that we can then look at the opportunities to deal with. I think once we have answered that, I will then come to the floor. I see Jablane already has raised his hand before I even finished what I was saying earlier. So we will take a few comments, and I can see the timekeeper is already saying I must get out of this chair. But in 30 seconds, you can respond to my questions, and then I come to the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, program moderator. We do encourage them to form cooperatives, but that doesn't mean that it's mandatory that they should form cooperatives. And it's up to them, because one principle of being a member of a cooperative is it's open and voluntary. Nobody forces you into it. But we do the cooperative awareness amongst them. So it's up to them to decide whether they form cooperatives. Those that have decided maybe to be registered as cooperatives, it was through their own will. And some haven't registered at all. We allow them to operate as informal. And moreover, it's one of those structures which are out there. They are all over the country. It's not that they are in urban areas only. They are also in the rural areas, these cooperatives. It's some of these institutions which they are used to and which they can relate to. So I think it's very easy working with these women out there, because in the groups, and because they do have these structures which are readily available at their arm's length. And in terms of opportunities that we see, well, it has been difficult for women to access finance, because probably they have been said they are bankable and so on. They do not have a credit history, things like that. So we see an opportunity that if they maybe enter the fintech space, they'll be able probably to have that credit history, because as I said earlier on, our project also focuses on ensuring that there is easy access to credit that they need through the formal institutions or through the cooperative societies. In that way, they will be able to have that credit history, which they can use maybe to also approach other financial institutions for bigger projects that they want to start.
Okay, thank you. Can I open the floor to 1, 2, 3, 4? Yo, I hope the 4, you don't have a question for me. Angkale ngawe Jablan, baphi laba bempopo mneke umpopo mkanami. Don't worry, the other Sabelo will do the mpoporing. Biangala. Yabona kumuntu uthi umqashile ukuthi akwenzele umsebenzi uyakuluyisa. Hlala la.
Okay, Jablan Dlamini from Imali.
Okay, my question. Vale.
Okay, my question is around the issue of, we heard you speaking of sustainability, financial inclusion and the rest. So, firstly, to commend both Bantwana and the Taiwanese Commission through ICTF for the work they've done towards capacity building. But mine comes back to the sustainability. What the definition is when we speak of sustainability. More so when we speak to, capacitating the women and the young, business growers within the rural communities. Is that I've had the unique opportunity to work both from production to retail to now fintech. So when you speak of sustainability, you're looking at sell it to the retailers. The retailers will push the price down. So are we really looking at sustainability, or you're just looking at putting food on the table for day to day? Because I believe when you're capacity building, you're actually supposed to be scaling up. So I start by growing vegetables, I move it into production, making jam, etc., etc. But you find that we are stuck in one role. Ngumage, who joined the program 10 years ago, she's a beacon of hope to the new people coming in. But what financial wealth has she grown into through your capacity? Because I believe the real growth and the real rewards. Okay. Then the next one would be, I think the last comment that was made was that you want to create a credit history. So now you're developing a credit history, then pushing me back to the same financial institutions that I was unable to get into, that are charging high interest rates. So for me, it's for yourselves to then speak to the retailers, use your financial wealth or influence to push the retailers to charge a fair price to the women you are assisting. So when they come to us already, they're coming with that bargaining power. We are just providing a platform for them to transact with those retailers.
Okay. Ngibhalele maka utawubuya. Awunike umfundisi umpopho. Mvale.
Cabanga ukuthi nami ngidawuboleka baby issue here is data costs are slightly, use the word slightly, and cheap, slightly cheap, slightly cheap, yes, use the word slightly cheap. But if we are going to function within an environment that will make us to work within the data space, we need to think about bringing together these stakeholders who are dealing with data and tell them data is expensive. So if you operate in that space, you want us to go fintech and all of those nice things. You are even speaking about whatever the word is, digitization. It requires us to have data. So we are dealing also with older adults. I don't want to call them elder. I was asking myself a question. Does fintech leave the users better off, or does it leave them worse off in terms of the dividends that they get in going into fintech? Are they better off than or going into that space also will cost them? You know, I know I'm not answering the question at the same time, but that's the question.
Thanks Nkosi. Ubela ngatimala tilima kimi nawe mhlobo wami. There is another question buya ngala sabela. Phela khomba mina. Umuntu uyamqasha ufuna ukutshela wena. Qala lambi kwakho. Awugcina ngaye mashwama uyahlupa.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you, Digimage, for setting up such a platform. My name is Sanele Guneni from Status Capital Building Society. I just have, first and foremost, a comment back to what has been spoken about in terms of onboarding the women in the rural areas into fintech, that maybe to implore the organizations that are driving that, including the regulators themselves, to invest in research, for example, to better understand the people that they want to transform, in the sense that, for example, if I make an example, ngamage who, let's say, utsengisa pele, for example. So what you need to understand is how that person interacts with lo muntu long supplier wake, how that person interacts with the market, including la labathenga kuye, how that person interacts with whoever assists in transporting the raw materials and the goods to market, and as well how the person then, with the little that they make, they are able to even buy their basic goods for their homes, as well as how they're able to save in terms of the SACCOs. So you don't want, for example, to introduce fintech to someone whose value chain excludes fintech. And we've seen, I think, Emabange, Ingumbi have tried to provide digital solutions and electronic channels. But if you go Gumatapa on payday, people want their money in cash. And there's a reason for that. Lo muntu mastandwa kufuna cash, lo muntu kumbin bamfuna cash, lo muntu sonven bafuna cash. So until all those people are onboarded, then you are not able to get that person to use those platforms. So I think I can then implore the regulators to invest in the research, because there are those who are interested. Some of them but they are interested in fintech, but you find Gutsi, they are interested in providing some of these digital solutions that are not necessarily financial technology. For example, in terms of delivery of goods and transportations, there are applications that can be developed. So that research will assist some of the people, laba innovators, they've seen a gap, for example, in how goods are supplied, and then they can provide those solutions. Otherwise, there can't just bonga by fintech, yet the entire value chain is not enabling the people to adopt the fintech. So that is my first comment there. And then my other comment is with respect to the massive transformative purpose behind fintech. Drawing, for example, with the European Union and drawing, for example, with the United Kingdom, there was great research they invested in as far as, for example, understanding the challenges in retail banking. Competition Commission, Yasa Europe, and the Competition Commission, Yasa UK, they researched to understand, what are the barriers within banking, Nagogongelo. So then, Nasebashale mitted for amongst them Payment System Directive 2 in EU, and then the payment regulation in the UK. They even compelled Lamabange Vumelani, all these payment system providers, to access their consumer data, because le data le bank is not for the bank, it belongs to the individual. So in that way, they were able to enable fintech to operate, because they've understood Gusugunema challenges within retail banking that needs to be solved. So, and I think the question here also addresses this in the sense, there has to be a certain solution that you want to bring. So it means let's identify the problem. And I do recall the Competition Commission Yalagangwane also did a similar study on retail banking, and the certain things that they found, including it's not very competitive space, but what's about those recommendations? I don't know if I could that tinja lo mthetho now to ensure that the fintech is mandatory operator within the space. Those are my 2 comments.
Thank you, sir. I will take the last 2. Sebang koshile la. Kuna 3. Sebang koshile la stulwen. I will take. Ngicela ukuthi le mbuto yethu seyishaye kwezemov. The gentleman, and then we have 2 this side, and then we can respond. I hope my friends, nina ngatsono nta holiday in, no problem. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I have a comment. I'm pig. The speaker here said, but I believe the drive is to have 100% financial in the kingdom, and we consider factors to detect or to know the extent of financial inclusiveness as access to financial services. And yes, in accessing financial services, consider the burden on the users. And to speak about the use of the USS service or the USS sessions, USSD rather. For you to make use of the USSD platform, just accessing it, you definitely need to have a certain amount of airtime on your phone. And if I want to be specific, if I'm to use MTN, then I'll be charged about. So that will be the charge. Now, looking at capacity building, at grassroots women. And we could say that, yes, 0.45 Emalangini is a very small amount of money. But then, to someone at the grassroots who actually want to have access to a financial services and knowing that he's going to be charged that kind of money may in a way be discouraged. So what am I driving at? Quite a number of users or people services. Okay, can we have a situation whereby there is a 0 rate US service, maybe for a particular, let's say for 24 months, just use that to actually welcome universal access to that kind of service, and then be able to look at the statistics of using that service and try to cluster them into maybe high-income earners, the middle-income earners, and then the low-income earners. And when we look at the situation at the grassroots, we'll realize that most of the people within the grassroots likely fall in the category of earners. And if that kind of study, then can the regulators such that those are the low level of income in the grassroots section could maybe fit the service without paying, so that they will not look at that as burden on them, so that they also will be able to have access or be making better use of financial services and hence be able to increase the level of financial inclusiveness. So that's just on my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see my boss is already standing up. In as much as the microphone was playing games, we will put the microphone away now. And I'm going to ask there's a lady here behind the camera, and then Babe Mashama will be the last. Can you use your natural voice and try to increase the volume? You can remove the mask so that still sheshe sikuvu. Shaya ihloko ngoba umphathi wamsabelo la sofuna ungixosha.
One, two.
Thank you.
To use those services in the long run. So our role on the ground is basically to handhold, capacitate them, and expose them to fintech that is available to assist them. It's for them to tap on it. How do they tap on? Sensitize, educate them, and enable them to see the benefits of fintech in terms of service accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Digimage for set up such a session. I think sessions like this are important. I'll give it 2 minutes. So in essence, here's what I'd like to say. I think I had some tough questions for the people in the front, but I'll just keep it as a comment for now. As the people that are in this room right now, I think there was a comment fintech is a solution solver. That's primarily what it's doing. And regarding the cost of it, I'm happy Njaguti Babeshi Baukonale at the back from MTN, senior manager fintech, yes. Guti, such things need to be able to provide reach. So if it's yate guti nabo magebetu la bakashane la bete ma cell phone la smart, obviously we'll have to reach them using USSD. And USSD charges per second, I think. So that's where we need the conversation with the big guns like MTN. We need ESCOM to say, can some of these things be zero rated? But you can't just zero rate for everybody. Banked. So that's where now you need what Mabuza said, where you've got your KYC, which is your SIM card. So what do we do, Labo? Says zero rate below a certain margin. We already have that in our tax. If you're earning below 3 grand, it tax yakaiko. So that's when now the KYC, which is our SIM card, says, okay, siyabona when income yakuhleli so, we are gonna zero rate your USSD transactions. But it's more. We're looking for solutions, and fintech everywhere. Other things need edutech. We've got our older generation that does not want to go into this. So that's when now we have other people, counterparties baga Digimage, that now flow into the edutech where they are charging minimal costs to educate people. It's not hard to educate our older generation. We have got them to use USSD. That's the first level of edutech. You move them now, WhatsApp, second level. So it grows and grows. So I just want to say that. I'll leave the questions for our the next session. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you so much. I think maybe I will add on fintech to say it's aimed at improving the operations of SMEs, of course, bringing convenience. But then again, we'll count on the support of the service providers, the financial institution, to actually provide flexible terms for small businesses. I think we are going to hear as well about their outreach program to say what are they doing in actually trying to bring the services to the people. Because it's tough to take them from work, going to the banks. But if there are those services, we really appreciate to hear more about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think also, just to add, fintech is also an opportunity to make the invisible visible. Because again, we are talking about inclusivity, but then at the end of the day, others are then continuing to be excluded. So yes, bar the other interests that the fintech solutions might have, but I think it's also more for the benefit of the GOGOs and the other users down there. But I think also in terms of as an opportunity, there's power in numbers. Yes, one is unbankable, but if we pull 10 together, they will become bankable. So I think it's an opportunity as well for fintech to tap into.
Thank you. Yeah, use that one.
Thank you very much for all the questions and all the comments that have been made. Some of them have been valuable comments. In terms of the questions probably posed to us, I think Magas Pongile from Imbita has already answered the important question in terms of including women under the fintech issues. It is really exciting. Why do you want to exclude them? Why don't you want to give them that privilege? They haven't said that it's too costly for them. They haven't said that. And moreover, we're using Digimage, who is a go-in-between. He has negotiated rates for these women, so it's not that costly for them. And on the issue of credit history, we're not saying that take that credit history and go to the banks or whatever. Just have the credit history. You might use it somewhere. It's needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to deal with two. I think the first one talks to the reference of the European market and the UK. Some of the things that we want to do and that we look at in the international arena, they enable them because they already have the foundation legislation on the ground. Issues like data protection, cyber security, and so many other things. So until we get there as a country, it's going to be difficult to say, mnigele data, because we need to act responsibly. I think the issue of price has been dealt with. It's noted that we need to zero rate, but you need to zero rate responsibly. Because remember that Nalo, Eswatini Mobile, na MTN, they offer a service, it's not a free service. So we must try and compensate. Ngeke sehlisa data ngala na sehlisa zero rate vele sisilethi ngapha advale uyabo. So we need to strike a balance in terms of that. And I'm going to end about knowledge-based decision making. He made a very valid point to say, as we go to service, as we create the fintechs, let us use research as a way of making decisions. Because if we don't, we then get into the space, and then as Islam katin bese hi durile lok, hi abakfun lok, hi bafuna lok. It's because you got to the space prematurely without making a proper research as to what to do. But the space is there, it's an open play. We still need to do what we have to do, but we need to do it responsibly and be inclusive. Thank you very much. A round of applause to the team, and have a great afternoon.
I think they deserve a good round of applause, please. I now realize that we should have used that time to actually be engaging with the subject matter. So yeah, I think this has been a good session. What I am sadly not hearing, I'm happy that we've digitized the channel. Nyangif, solo kodwa kugcina ukuthi uyotfola imali cash. That is, we need to move away from cash. We need not only just to digitize the channel, which is all what Digimage has actually done, but really let's build an ecosystem which will allow us to actually do what we want and get what we want without necessarily taking out cash. And for me, that is where the next mile should really be about. This is the last mile, but if you allow to take the mali, ufuna le mali uthi ngasayithatha. Ngikhona kuyo transacted in totality without taking out cash. And I think that's the challenge that our Jabulanis and our Mr. Shiba, they really need to be actually be doing with the product that they have, that they need to make it easier for us to actually to transact completely. That means we need to get more merchants on the system who will recognize le mpahla le cingo ukuthi asafundi vele nani kuphatha imali. So sitawuvele sichubeke ngale either labo tab bengibathanda phinde sichubeke a lot of these innovations lakhona. Thank you very much. I think this has been really insightful. The issue of credit history. The issue of credit history is one that is a huge problem. But we cannot start talking in terms of credit history without us addressing the entire credit reporting infrastructure. Because the credit history will only be dealt with if we begin to report every single debt that you interact with into a credit reference system, which will then begin to do data analytics, bakhona kuphuma ne credit report yakho. Then that's when we generate credit risk history. But what we are actually saying right now is that it must also be possible for you, when you take a loan through the various channels, that that loan is actually reported to a credit reference system. So there is quite a bit of work that has to be done. And I'm happy to report that something is being done to address the entire credit reporting system, which would begin to incorporate ongelama issues that are being discussed this afternoon. At this stage, I would actually like to call upon the next moderator, Samgelo Sugati. He will actually be leading this session. We have between now and 1:15, or 1, if you can actually run it to 1, that would be great. And I will also, at some point, use the time to thank you all, because something has actually come up which will force me to be in the afternoon session. However, I think I'm near there with this session. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, or is it afternoon already? Samgelo Sugat is my name. I will not do a very long introduction. It would be odd for someone as tall as me to have a long introduction. So just briefly, in Samgelo Sugat, I work as the Access to Finance lead at Grameen Foundation. Grameen Foundation is a US-based organization that has a very huge footprint in Africa, including Eswatini. We work on a USAID-funded program. CNESI focus on financial inclusion as Grameen Foundation. We work with other partners in Workstream 1. It's the American Bar Association and Rule of Law Initiative. And we're also working with Kwaka Invoza on awareness and advocacy. Briefly about Workstream 2, which is what we are doing. We started work last year, and we started with conducting a ecosystem analysis of Eswatini just on financial inclusion. After that, well, probably Angcale like Tsenini, we interviewed or we researched with 100 women and also sampled 40 of their spouses, just to figure out the barriers currently in the ecosystem Eswatini, and also what are the opportunities. And then we took that information, and then we launched what we called an innovation prize. And in the innovation prize, we were saying this is open to all financial services providers. It's open to mobile network operators or anyone who is working in the fintech space, to say, nanga ema challenges lesiswabonile through the findings of the report on the ecosystem analysis. What can you come up with as solutions in this space that can be started or scaled up? And there was an open call, for proposals, and we received more proposals. I'm happy to say that we shortlisted and we did selections. I'm happy also to see that some of the steering committee members are here who helped us with those selection processes. But then we eventually selected 2 companies or organizations that we work with, Digimage being one of them, Imbita Women's Finance Trust being the other. And I'm also happy to report that both have got USSD platforms aimed at greater financial inclusion for women. And they have started in terms of operating with Imbita, for example, we're in a stage where we are using user tests, usability tests, and both of these winners, we made it mandatory for them to include e-financial literacy as part of their programs because of some of the issues that have already been highlighted by the floor. That should be short enough as an introduction. Without any further ado, let me ask a panel here to come on. We'll have a representative. I won't introduce them, they'll introduce themselves. A representative from MTN, a representative from Swatini Mobile, and then a representative from SASCO. Please come through. And as they are coming through and getting ready to introduce themselves, so we'll be looking at financial inclusion from e-lens, mobile network operators and the service offerings that they have, but also briefly from the user point of view as well. I've introduced myself. I'll basically ask the panel to introduce themselves, Bati Shogus Babobani, and then, but as an introduction, also introduce the organizations that they come from. And probably as a first question, it would be, since Nakalago offer each of the services that you offer, particularly the mobile network operators, what have you seen as the highlights in the ecosystem? What have you seen as, the innovations, and where do you think we are now? So you'll introduce yourselves and then briefly tell us about that. SASCO yena utasichela ukuthi, what have you seen from a service provision, and where do you think you'll be going, just as part of the introduction? Thank you. I will start with the MNOs. Jablani.
Okay, Sianvusela again. Jablan Dlamini from Imali, under Eswatini Mobile. Okay, So, where do we see ourselves currently as Imali? As part of the progression from just being a mobile money provider for, those unbanked, we see ourselves moving towards being a challenger bank, in that we are offering services that will speak to growing and capacitating all those who struggled to get access due to the high qualification criteria that sit within the formal banking platforms. I think one of the highlights that we've seen, Tine, is that since 2020 when COVID came into play, there was an emphasis from both government as well as private sector to reduce the amount of movement of people, and then also the movement away from cash. So I think moving forward then is that we are advocating also for the cashless society, which is already initiatives that have started in other countries, whereby basically you're looking at a faceless, touchless and cashless society. So what are the benefits to us as fintechs? What are the benefits to government? What are the benefits to the individuals? The definite benefits of a cashless society to government is it reduces the amount of cash that they need to spend on printing, etc., and transportation of cash. To us as fintechs, it then puts the money into that ecosystem. So then the onus is on us to then engage with those organizations that would keep the money within the ecosystem, be it retail, be it production, be it other financial institutions. So it speaks to the interoperability between both ourselves and MTN, but then extending now to the banks. So I think from a regulatory space is to speak to regulators to say, can we fast track that conversation of the banks integrating with MNOs? Because I think that's where the biggest challenge is now, is getting the money into the ecosystem through the other financial institutions. So it's a conversation that I think we need to be pushed to the table, like we had between ourselves and MTN. A regulator gave us a deadline and we had to get it done. So I think the next step now is to speak to the banks. And there is a value proposition for both of us, so it's a win-win for both. So it's not as if the MNOs are just going to come and take advantage of the market share. So we look forward to that, and I think that's where we are looking to go, and to partner with the different NGOs. Thank you.
Sanbonani. Clearly, Chablan has made my work very easy. I don't need to say much. And I think had I said some of the things that he had said, probably it would be taken in a different way. So I'm happy that he said it. My name is Sam Shongwe. I'm with MTN Fintech Services. Briefly about MTN Fintech Services. It's a subsidiary of MTN Eswatini. I think in 2019, the regulator, through the practice note, did actually provide guidelines to say any provider of mobile money services should actually have a separate standalone entity. So we are a standalone entity with its own board and so forth, so I happen to be the CEO of that entity. What we've actually seen, in terms of what the regulator actually put in the practice note, was that we were lucky enough that this actually fell into our strategy as a group at MTN, that we were actually set up a separate entity, so that's what we call a structural separation, for us to be able to focus on fintech issues and focus on growing this business. So that's where we are. Now coming to what are we all about? We're not about mobile money per se. Mobile money is just one of the, should I say, unicorns or the pillars that we're actually pushing as a business. So in fintech, there's actually, for us, there's actually more than one pillar. The wallet is there, but then there's several other things that you want to drive, which is like InsurTech. You want to drive bank tech. The Momo loans we're talking about are a product of bank tech. You want to drive remittances across the diaspora. You want to also have a marketplace. So basically what you want to have is e-commerce thriving. I've heard a lot of people talking to that fintech, then so what? It's not just about transferring money, it's creating markets for those people that are actually in the different communities. And then the last one is probably to ensure that there is proper communication. So we leverage on some of the services that our big brother, like MTN Eswatini has, your IOBAs. Those are supposed to enable people to communicate. Why should we only rely on the WhatsApp of this world? We can actually have our own communication platform. So our whole vision in terms of where we see ourselves as Kunamage Mahlalela in Lomahasha, who is actually selling arts and craft. So she needs to pay for goods and services. So that's the wallet element of it. She needs to ensure that if anything happens to her goods, she's insured for that. That should also happen on the particular platform we're talking about. That's the InsurTech element. She doesn't need to leave her stall to be able to ensure that she's insured properly. And then she needs capital for funding. She goes through the bank tech, also on the platform, and is able to actually try and get a loan to do that. She needs to send money to a supplier in SA or in Mozambique, remittance, send the money whilst you're sitting in the comfort of your shop. People don't need to close their shops down to go to the bank and transact. They need to be able to do things where they're sitting. And that's what the business is all about. When you talk fintech, we're talking about enabling customers or our own citizens to do what they need to do without actually moving. I've heard a lot about the talk of the cost element. We must be mindful about the fact that where we are coming from, I really like the comment from Ms. Shongwe from Imbita, not because of Shongwe, but because what we're really trying to do is to say, let's make it easier for people to transact and easier for people to carry on their businesses. Let it not be about sending money and pushing money, create the markets. And also then educate them. We spoke about edutech. That's very important. From my end, if I talk about the highlights, I would actually talk about 2020 when COVID struck. And our government needed to actually pay social grants. We had to ensure that we decentralize the payment of social grants. Luckily, we do have over 10,000 active agents in the country and super agents that can assist to actually drive that. Using fintech or digital means, we're able to actually now send money to the elderly. And suffice to say, when we actually did a sort of like analysis of how many of Bokoko actually had SIM cards or actually had a device, we only found that there was 45% of the numbers that were given. And the issue that now we have KYC, we can be able to pick up from the IDs who has what. And that for me was a highlight because now, for the first time, you could actually see the benefit of the mobile money platform. And it actually worked at a time when we needed it. And then from there, we were able to say, the other 55%, how do we actually ensure that we put a SIM card in their hand? How do we actually put a device in their hand so that they can be able to receive funds? The story doesn't end there. It actually needs to transform to the ecosystem that Sabelo was talking about. They don't need to cash out that money. We need to create ecosystems. And that's what we're about. And what Jagan is talking about is that that wallet is just the first phase of things to come. We need to then move to an ecosystem. There is no need for cash to be taken out. Create the ecosystem for Mage Mahlalela so that when she wants to pay for the goods and services, she can actually pay the wholesaler. The wholesaler can then be able to then sweep the funds, and even if they don't need to sweep funds, transfer those funds to the neighbor where they are actually also getting the supplies. So that's where the agenda for us is. And I think we're not there. It's not yet Uhuru. We will get there. But I think it's a journey. The price and cost of doing things is actually getting higher as you actually put more sophisticated equipment. So that is why fintech is a solution, because with fintech there's more partnerships, there's less capital intensive kind of investments. So create the partnerships, reduce the costs. Costs need to go down. The cost of data is going down, cost of voice and so forth. Same thing with sending of money. In 5 years or so, 3 to 5 years, some markets have already done it. Someone should not pay for giving someone 100 malangeni. If I take out 100 malangeni, I'll give it to Jabulani. He must receive 100. I don't give him 99 and say the 1 rand is for, the 1 lilangen is for giving it to you. So our business and the future is about the ecosystem. We're a highway, and that is where everyone should move. Partnerships, whether it's Imali, it's the banks, or whoever is there, let's all partner and make it easier for the customer to do transactions on the platform. We must create the Shell Ultras on the road so that people can then divert and spend their money. That is where the business model should be sitting, not from charging people just to send money. And obviously, over time, we need to take care of the cost to manage the agent network and so forth. But in due course, that will be wiped away, and the value add will be in the value-added services that are on the platform. I'm sorry I've taken too much time, I think. I get too passionate about these things.
The passion will attract a lot of questions, I can guarantee. Esasco, please introduce yourselves and tell us how these two MNOs have changed your life.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank Digimage for this invitation. It's not the first time I see progress in their project, and we are committed as SASCO to support it because we are an apex that deals with cooperatives where they start under trees, but we formalize the structure so that they can be able maybe to encourage people to save and to borrow where needed. So my part is short, but SASCO, Piliso, a business analyst. I am working under the ICT sector, whereby we have a cooperative hub, which helps these cooperatives to manage their members' portfolios in a way that it's easier even to integrate with mobile money platforms. So as a SASCO, this has helped us a lot because we have integrated also with the ePayNet. And now this issue of unknown deposit have reduced a lot. We have over up to 15 institutions. We have over 5 million unknown deposits sitting there. So what was happening, you find that a member wants to maybe to contribute to school savings, but if he put a wrong reference, then that money will remain under the suspense account. So, but now that issue we have carried down because we have integrated with these two providers, which now make life easier for us to say, even the member can validate upon during the stage where he's processing the transaction. So that's the part. Our part now is to continue in a sense that members now are able even to not to withdraw the money from the wallets of the SACCO. They need to have a account, a transactional account or a current account that they can utilize maybe to pay for bills or for schools through the mobile platform. So our part as a SASCO is just to integrate with all these players, and also to integrate with the banks. It's one of our strategy because we wanna make sure that our members have access to finance. And we are also cutting this issue of weekends, whereby our offices are closed. Members, they need maybe an emergency loan, but there's no way you can, yesterday you could send the application. But in our days, there are these instant loans that we have now introduced through our USSD. Now members can simply dial *604# and they'll be able to get instant loan. And via ePayNet, they can collect money easily. So can I make it short that way?
All right, thanks. A couple of things that were said there, but I think in a nutshell, what the MNOs are saying is that they are bringing in convenience to the space. I would really like to unpack that convenience. Gutsi islwanesini, Leo convenience. I know there's issues that have already been highlighted here, starting from cost. And I know that there's issues that have been highlighted here, touching on capacity, or rather the danger of then, but we're just keeping them in the indebtedness or in the poverty cycle. So I'm really interested, specifically from the MNOs, Logogutsi, how do we see ourselves, or do you see yourselves as MNOs approaching this? And how do you, want to really highlight the convenience part to the end user, so that it really is not debatable and we really are clear, we are going for these services because this is the value proposition that we are getting from them?
All right. Thank you, Sugati. Okay, so from a convenience point of view, Single Imali, what are the initiatives we are working on? So I think Sam has touched on it, is that we are part of the project where we're dispersing funds for the elderly across the country. So I think with that initiative, with DPM's office, we offer a zero-rated service to Gogo and to the disabled that we disperse to, in that whatever grants they get access to the full value. So these are part of the convenience we are working on. As Imali as well, we are very flexible in the sense that we are able to customize or segment our market to say that certain individuals are able to get a zero-rated fee or a reduced fee. So this is something we're working on continuously to develop in order to increase the access to financial services. So it's important, it's part of the mandate that we've been given by the regulator to say that improve the accessibility. When it comes to further product development, we are developing an app that will be rolled out soon that will increase the usability of the product. And obviously, this coupled with other services with our parent organization being in Eswatini Mobile, with the direct effort to roll out smartphones across all the communities. Because as part of FinTech, as part of the financial inclusion drive, is that you need that device to have access. It then speaks to the data. So that's an ongoing conversation and an effort to reduce those data prices. But as Eswatini Mobile, I think our product offerings speak directly to data. You will note that in most of the product offerings, the data is the biggest portion of the product offering. So that speaks to that financial inclusion, in that you get access to both the app as well as the USSD platforms. I think that covers a portion of the question. I'll hand over to Sam.
I agree with what you said. So from our end, convenience is really, really key. And that's why I keep touching on the issue of ecosystems, because the issue of, we're not even halfway there. When you talk about having to go and get cash. You know, for me, I think we need to go past that stage. In Eswatini, I'll just make this example. We are mainly a government-led economy, so there's a lot of services. If I recall, if you look at our GDP, about 50% comes from services, and the majority of that comes from the government. So, having seen that, we then partnered with the government to try and bring the digitization of all the services in the government, various departments. We want to be able to enable people to not necessarily have to come to Mbabane or Manzini to do their services or to pay for services. We've launched a few, I think starting with the Minister of Commerce, the payment of company registration. I think last year we did the motor vehicle licenses. Utanko Mbudadlama, he's the one heading the e-government space. But it's a really critical thing for us because when you talk convenience, we're talking about where the people are, and government is actually very key in that. And we believe that for things to move, the partnerships between the government and the regulators need to be in place so that we can be able to start thinking about the customer and not necessarily think about just the service per se. I did like the other question, I think, from Mr. Gnene about what research do we do? Do we just come up with products? And I think the opportunity that we have as MNOs, we can actually use the data that we have to actually find out exactly what customized products do we actually have for our customers. We also need to be able to use the customer value management or CVM tools that we have in our different organizations to look at the different types of customers. I do agree with the issue around let's table products for high value customers, for low value and mid value. The one who cannot afford, you do not necessarily need to actually charge them your headline tariff. You actually need to actually look at that person and how you can actually grow them to get to be a middle value to a high value customer. So let's use those kind of functionalities that we have in our systems. And I think for convenience, that is when the customer will really appreciate that you are actually giving them the convenience that they need. And when you are able to actually properly structure products for those customers. And I think if we can get 20% to reach the 80%. So that's why in our minds as MTN Fintech is that if we can really partner with government, all the government services, your home affairs, all those long queues, if digital cannot assist or digital service cannot assist to sort that out, then we're not doing anything. We need to start where the high volume journeys are. High volume journeys are in your home affairs, they're in your treasury office revenue, where we go to pay for different types of services. Also in our health systems. Why should I send money to Gogo, Lema Shoben, where I come from, when I can actually just send the money straight to the hospital or clinic that she needs to go to, and Gogo goes there, she knows that, oh, I'm so and so, they punch in the details, oh, your son is already paid for you, and that's it. In the education also space, why do we actually need to have the teacher sitting in front of the kids all the time when they can actually use the same services to do that? We have actually now have a service that is called Imfundo, where payment is actually can be done via mobile money. But over and above that, also as a result of the pandemic, we actually started to have the kids or the children taking learnings using these devices. Obviously, we then need to make sure that they have the right tools to be able to do that. And I think if we can then get that, every day of your life should actually be impacted by the fintech that we're talking about, not the other way around, that you put fintech products and services and people don't even know what to do with them. So I think when we talk convenience, let's have that conversation about who are we trying to have convenience for.
Right, thanks. I'm mindful of the time. I don't want you to have late lunch on my account. So I will be opening up for questions if there are any. But just out of interest, before I do that, please raise your hand if you have a mobile money wallet or an e-money wallet. One hand is enough. No. If you have a mobile money wallet or an e-money wallet, one of the two, please do raise your hand. Sabelo Mabuza, I mentioned a statistic. I'm just trying to quickly validate. All right, not bad. So the MNOs here are seeing that there's still quite a little business to be done. Do we have any questions? If we do, let us take them probably in rounds of 3. Can I ask microphones to be circulated, please? I can see the gentleman there, and then Sisi from FSRA will be next. Or if you can, try to project your voice, if you can.
Maybe to start with will be just to bring everybody's minds, because we are different here. I'll bring it as a question, the purpose of this Fintech Indaba, so that at least we know, or like we can confine ourselves to why we are here, as we come from different sectors. Others maybe are here to advertise, others are here to regulate, others are here to observe. That being said, is some of these things the stand parties are sure what's in that implementer, because we can notice that this is not a policy in Indaba, or maybe the tikula kula let fana nasa tikulet name. But to start with will be good. What are the strides have we made as FinTech? And that will also direct to FSRA. As I've noticed, there are 3 acts of bills that were projected earlier there, more especially the Electronic and Transaction Act. I will speak to the 2 gentlemen there from the wallet side. And also, unfortunately, the banks are not here. There is the tendency that when we transact, there's that message somewhere there. Yenda sho ukuthi ngiyole nombolo. Nakungasiyo le nombolo le, ayiphinzi ibuye le mali yakho. Uyabona. And that you are even afraid to press the last button now. Fine, it is a validation, it wants you to check, but I wish we could get to a time when I made a mistake. Because sometimes I've made the mistake in Yabon, and I can tell with the time that this person has not cashed the money. But now I was given an option that yahambi hambile. I wish FSRA would address that with the FinTech people, that there is a chance for us to get our money back. Instead yokutshela nje ukuthi nangabe wrong le nombolo awuphinze uyithole mali yakho. So ngicela nisibukele lapho, even the banks kukakhulu la kumabhange nje uthi nawo sothi ukuthi le nombolo ngiyo yini. Yabo. That's the first point. With that, in fact, it has to match with that act. I'm sure that act is able to unpack that this is where we are going to. Then secondly, sengita ukubhekisa kulama end users of the FinTech. Like I'm saying, some of us are here as public service. We're looking at the interest of the people. Sometimes when we ask this question, we are trying to make sure that you are not taken advantage of. That's why we will ask the hard question, whether you are enjoying the product. But we want to see, when they introduce the product, did they cater for all those things? For this, I'll make the e-pay, from Digimage. Already, if Digimage is integrating with mobile money, are there any costs that Digimage will add already for the mobile money? In as much as it is easy for that person there who's enjoying, but I wish again FSRA will regulate that so that you cannot keep on accumulating a cost just because someone is adding a service. Thank you.
Mine was not a question, but it was more of a comment. Mine was to implore and re-emphasize on our fellow innovators that are here. I was happy to hear what all the MNOs spoke about, InsurTech, BankTech, all in one app. That one thing we should all bear in mind and remember to put forward is that to consumers, over and above the service or product that you offer, consumers put experience above everything else. So it's all about the experience. Even if you can offer all this service, if it's not user-friendly, if the platform is not user-friendly, I'll prefer to board the bus and go to my nearest bank because the app or whatever platform I'm using is very difficult to navigate. So I actually liked what Digimage did in their presentation. They even have their menus and everything in Siswati. It also is offered in Siswati. So I actually like that consumers love something that is easy to use. It shouldn't direct you to too many drop downs. After clicking here, now you have to enter this platform. Now, when you enter this, there's another drop down. The target that you are reaching for will not be easily inducted into the technology space. So it should be usable. Maybe I can even make an example, though I'm digressing, about Microsoft. I think that's why Microsoft is still a leader, because I'm sure Microsoft obviously has competitors, but the reason why we are all still leaning towards Microsoft is because of its usability. It's easy to navigate and style. So my input is to say, as we continue innovating and developing, we should bear in mind that what is important to users is the experience from beginning to end. They should enjoy the experience. That is what is going to drag and pull more people into that space. Something that is so convenient, in a matter of minutes I'm done. That is it.
Thank you. Do we have, I don't see, okay, there's one hand there. While Sisamelela question, Leo, can you talk about the experience? What has been your experience as a SASCO working with MNOs on FinTech?
Thank you, Mseme. I would say that with the mobile money, because we're using numbers on our side, our database is reaching numbers. So we're able even to push them to reduce the cost because it's an organized market. And we are able also to say our members, when they do loan disbursement, it's a zero rate disbursement. I think there was a question about when we add a new product, what is the cost? So because these integrations, they rely on the same agent account, which we see on the streets, but now it's digitalized for purposes of reconciliation, to say if there are exceptions on that transaction, the issue that you was raising, we can pick those maybe errors as early as possible. But on the side, you find that because we are used to the traditional way, you find that we need to also bring up what they are doing, Digimage and the Taiwan project, the training part. It's one of the things that we need to deal with, the change management processes. Some people, they're afraid of this change, although they need it. Even on the side, what we have seen as users, you find that sometimes even the people who are regulating you, they are behind in terms of technology, but they must regulate us. So you find that we need strategies as a team, because we're in the Indaba, we need to face each other, I think so, unless it's not Indaba. We need to, because when we're introducing our co-op hub for the cooperatives, what we discovered, there were a lot of spreadsheets. Some, they feel comfortable on those spreadsheets. For example, we have to prepare a schedule to upload in internet banking. There's a lot of hands on that. But coming up with solutions like what we're doing, the SaaS and the FinTech products, we are reducing these hands on the critical parts. So we need to easily validate and you send those disbursements. Sometimes it's delaying the process, such that when we have to wait for 2 p.m. to run a schedule with Standard Bank or FNB. But with mobile money, we find that by the time we are dealing with the last loan application, the first one who applied around 9 a.m. has already received the money. So the speed, efficiency, at the same time, there's no cost added on the disbursement. And we are also pushing even the banks to have flat rates on the disbursement. So we are cutting charges with introducing this new product, but at the same time, we are taking note that it's new in our environment. Even the people above us, they should have, maybe they should change their template for regulating us, so that it can be aligned, we assist the users. Because you find that, for example, the issue of AML, you find that they are looking for top 10 servers and top 10 borrowers, just to track if there was no transaction which is abnormal there. But you find that what if I've got vegetables down there in the whole region, but I have to put 30,000, which is below the last person who's number 10 as a top 10 server. I cannot appear on the AML for us to easily pick up that. But through these new innovations, those are the things that we are dealing with. We are saying do away and the paper. Every day you have to do application form with the same name, with the same ID. You have to put your same ID to attach the same copies every day. But now with the new technology, there's no need for the hard copy application form, which it's what, as users, it's simplify our lives, because we have done KYC, then there will be no need to come with hard copies. You find that when you approach manager's office yesterday, you find a lot of loan applications written in, pending, a huge pie. This side out, they are done, they are waiting for the accountant to do disbursement manually on the internet banking. But now with these new solutions that we have, there's no need to have a big pie in, a big pie pending, a big pie out. So as users, we are happy with this new integration that we have with the two providers. It helps us a lot to speed up the process.
Thanks. Can I get the question? I hope it's up.
Ngiyabonga sekuthi gamedze sowutsinzele elinye lisayidi ngivungathi ngebe sengiqala ngaye. Nitangixolela ngicela ukukhuluma ngeSiswati kuze ndokhona kungiva lo ngifuna kuthini. Ngobe ngikhulumelela abantu labalemuva angidikhulumeleli mine. Gamedze ndasibeketelela vele lokungena kule technology kulukhuni. Ikakhuluma usebenta ngebani labasemakhaya. Vele le manually isingene kakhulu. So le ngifuna kukusho nibose nisifundzisa letinto njengoba senisilethele etafuleni bese niyeda nalokuthi into ufundzisa labantu lesifuna kubasita ningasilahleli ngalomsebenzi because mina nje mangikhuluma bathi hayi lona wahlala sikweleka lo angeke bamuve lo ePaynet mangimchaza noma lo mobile money noma lo imali uthi kahle kahle ukusita kuphi lokunye nje sesingenile kule system bayak-understand bakhala ngalokuchofoda kakhulu uthi kunyenti lokuchofoda la fonini nyalo bebangifundisa ka MTN ukuthi imali yagogo kufuna ngiyithole njani nawe mfana nami sodongeda uthi so angathi lokuthi kutawusebenze kanjani ukuze kunciphe lokuchofoda ngobe kuze vele lo mdzala sitakale kufuna aze etele office akedi ngobe athanza ubuka ukuthi wani kwecela ngilathi ngicela lo mtukulu wayithatha ipin number angeke ngisayikhanza imali yami uyakubona kufuna ukuthi nito bachazela kungachazi ithine kuphela ukuthi inyalo sesithethe nayi system nayi isisita nga 1 2 3 4 5 cishe nje nguloko kakhulu mobile money usitile iPaynet usisitile but labantu lesisebenta ngabo basaka understand kahle kani thine sekusitile lokubutha le data njengoba asho Gamedze ukuthi sisebenta kakhulu ngetandla utasicolela vele bese sikujwayele kulikhuni kukulumleka kumake asesekhona but ugcine sowuphumile uthi nyalo sengiyowenza sitawenza Gamedze ku technology kancane kancane nidasibeketelela kuphela siyacela ukuthi ningasi sakheli leleni sakhela kona ezisisuka kuma rurals godani bese niyasisita kuze labantu bato understand ngibekise nje kuyenteka ukhanze ukuthi uyeta makutoboleka make Dlamini uma sowuthi le mali utoyifaka ku mobile money le mali yakhe wanjena sowucabanga ema charge thu le mali akayitholi yonke kuyenteka ukhanze ufuna kubhadala isikolo le sikolo le laba ubhadala khona batakutshela ukuthi bede bona mobile money kufuna ajinga abuye layo ikhipha ibe ngicash uthi kungisita ngani lokuthi unginikele imali ngalo mobile wena ngobe mina still ngiyoyikhipha cash ngifuna ke ucupha abamthathi ngibani imomo estolo ufuna still ngibuyele ngokhipha cash ngicabanga ukuthi ngilawo ema challenges lamanye lesinawo uyasisita ukuthi imali ayisahambi ngetandla but still bajinge babuyele bafune kuyikhipha the more bayikhipha bakhala ngema charge kuthi kune limit elanga phinze yena ke sekumdlakanyendi le mali ebekayibolekile ayisasinganga ngoba afuna kositakala ngayo ngiyabonga
that were said, some centered around imali yami yahamba ihambile yini lesingakwenda lapho. FSRA touched on the user experience. Make lapha ukhuluma ngekuchofota kaningi, ukhuluma ngekufundziseka kahle, and I think some of the things that she's touching on are around the issues of, you know, usability and convenience again. So probably just in conclusion, gentlemen, if you can respond to those and then make a very brief conclusion before we break for lunch. Ndawuqala ngawe Jabulani.
Okay, siyabonga. Maybe ngidawuqala ngale verification ukuthi imali ihambe now send it to the wrong number ihambile. Okay, I think Leo is something that we are conscious of. It's a pain point for my customer. But yeah, the verification is critical, more so when we are working with third-party integration. So it comes within that environment. So, but it's something we'll take note of. I won't go into too much detail now because it's a process. The second one was with regards to the simplicity. I think, yes, moving forward, that is exactly what we are trying to do, more so when it comes to app. USSD logo simplifier in that vele it's you put a command into the phone that it gives you a response and then gives you the next options. But with the app, then it simplifies. You are able to just click on an icon, basic sasa if you're doing a bill payment, if you're sending money, if you're withdrawing. So basic balula. So I think that's where we are driving towards when we talk fintech, when we talk development in technology. When it comes to the cost, when you the natural thought pattern is good. See, we started off with, for example, when cell phones came to Eswatini, there was a subscription you had to pay to keep your number on. As technology went on, those things fade away. through development. So I think with fintech as well, it's the same kind of progression. We're starting off at the cost point, but then eventually through technical development with the likes of Digimage, the solutions they're coming with will then eventually eliminate, because now they create the bridges between us as fintechs, the retailer, and the end user, being the customer. So as those innovative solutions come, it will then eliminate that cost, eventually get to a point, as Sam mentioned, we just become the conduit between the different parties. So the value chain, we are just the conduit in that value chain. So it is going to get to that point. We're working towards a cashless society. With those savings we'll make, then definitely it will then reduce the costs. But I think also through government as well, they can also encourage that conversation and look at how they can assist us with regards to moving towards, more so when it comes to the grants, so the social responsibilities, the payments within their ecosystem through Treasury. We want to get to a point whereby it's zero rated for everything, but then it creates value. Then we have to look for the value somewhere. But through their assistance, I think it's something that's achievable. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, again, I agree with everything that Jablan has just said. For us, I appreciate the comment around the user experience. Definitely, we have to be mindful of that, and it's a continuous journey. You're always trying to actually improve that. And we pick that up from our customers at times, and I appreciate the comment, and it's very valid and fair. The issue around cost as well, I think I won't touch much around that because they share the same position that Jablan has just shared. I think the issue around education is very important, what Mark has just mentioned, around educating the beneficiaries or the users of the platform. And I really want to appreciate the Taiwan Mission as well as Digimage for what they're actually doing. What I heard about what's happening with Bomage, that they're training them about the app and so forth. It's a journey. It's not going to happen in one day. I'll make an example that when we started mobile money 2011, we actually had to go into the communities and display and show them how it actually works. We actually had to get some of these drama like Pele Pele and so forth. I think they were called Pele Pele. So they would actually create the skits and a few of these plays to actually show how it works for Wokoko to understand it. That was the first level. The second level is that as you move deeper into fintech, as I've mentioned the other unicorns or pillars of fintech, we need to educate them around that. And that's also another step that we need to drive. And partners like the Taiwanese mission and also partners like Digimage who partner with us, we are just providing a solution. I mean, providing the platform, they create the solutions. So that we encourage, and we encourage more partners to come on board and help us to do that. But we need to find a sustainable way of actually doing it, because say the partners go away, what happens then? So we need to ensure that the communities that we live in, the youth that are there, but they should be able to be well capacitated to actually start training the users within the community. Within MTN, we decided that the issue of having guys coming from Babane and saying now we're going to storm Lavomisa, it doesn't work. You need to create a decentralized network where the people must live in Lavomisa. And so that when I go to help you, you know me and we can actually relate with you. So that's what we need to try and cultivate. Use the opportunities that we are getting from the NGOs and the foreign investors in the country to actually capacitate the communities to do the work, so that when they leave, we can continue to do that and find means of actually ensuring that we are able to fund that. And thank Greenland, I just want to say, thank you for the opportunity. Sabelo had asked in the beginning why we're here. For me, it's to learn and also to know more players. So if we can know each other, then it's going to be easier than me sitting in the office with my team and thinking that let's create a product that's going to do this. We need to understand what are the needs, and I've captured quite a lot being in this kind of forum. Thank you very much.
In closing, Kamete.
Thanks once again. Ladies and gentlemen, in my closure, as users, from these two providers to allow us to integrate with their platform. What we can say to their platform, let them continue to deal with the issue of withdrawal charges. Because as users, sometimes it's free on our side to B2B. But now when it gets to be a business to the consumer, there's these charges which are staggered in a way to say, if you are withdrawing 10,000, it's a different cost than when you are withdrawing 4,000. So because it's just a withdrawal, I feel like it should be a flat rate, which can easily work across all the users. Other than if I'm withdrawing 15,000, you have to charge me 60 rand. So it's not supposed to be like that. I think having one flat rate, if it's for rent for all withdrawals, that is fine. Because we know that our people, we are a developing country, so we can't be taking the leaks that they've tried to serve. So as it coming from the cooperative structure, that's what I can maybe in parties. Yes, but another thing, I'll also and from to the central bank Nakona, the issue of the national payment system, which is the centralized gateway. Update because as cooperatives we want to not to participate aglos maswati. Sikhona lokuthi sivuleleke timali tinkulu kulabo soma business esinabo dihambe fast to other countries nasilanze ma-order timvete kanjalo. So this time we find that we need to get another third party ibe lamkhatsini kusihambisela. So we feel like if ama strategies abo ku national payment nathi basibala thina luntu lokho ngikona futhi baluhlalele kungasisita kakhulu. Then on SICOM lengakusho because labo is technology is to look at the issue of data centers around the country. Seemingly we need also to have data centers that can also seen maybe partnering with AWS and Azure, could be localized because we are concerned about our data. Only to find a good see lokona kukahle, but siyakuthanza kusinanako lokune reputation lekahle kule level esikiyo kube tudane nemaswati. Yes, I think in RSTP will take note of that. Yes, then the part sengiyavala. My charges nema limits stakubona. Thanks to ePaynet for this event. We will continue. We are committed to partner with ePaynet indlela yonke. Sibonile on the side of users. Kunengo lesiteka lekhona. Yes, njoba ngishite ecaleni ukuthi issue ema unallocated deposits sekude in fact. Sekuhamba kahle through the integration with the app. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soadil Bandla. I think this has been quite an interesting engagement. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you whom have remained up until this time. We still have a relatively a good attendance, to be honest with you. We will continue in the next hour, and I would just like to implore you guys to please do come back. There are lots of issues that we still need to discuss. I think the central bank will be leading a session for our first session after lunch. I think there have been very good takeaways. I think the issue of costs keeps cropping up. And also, I just need to say that as we discuss costs, sometimes we need to be cognizant of the fact that services need to also be paid for. Some of the entities who sit here have really been holding on to some of my costs up. If we were to actually compare this to other utility providers, whom every year they go to the regulator to ask for an increase of a certain amount. When are your gas, when are your water, and less likely your telecoms for some reason. Sam, ukugcina nini kuphamsa ama-rates? Ukugcina nini nawe kuhlola kumphathi ukuthi nawe ufuna kwakhulisa. And I am not saying this for any other reason, but I really do believe that we've had a very understanding, MNO players, maybe because they're still trying to grow their business. Angingathi-ke madoda nani senikhulisile senibona ukuthi cha kuyasebenzeka bese nani ngilabanye indaba enhlala ku-regulator niyocela increases. The central bank, the issue around legislation, one without actually responding directly for the central bank, but one must really be realistic here to actually say that it can take you up to 5 years and even more whilst you're going through a legislative enactment process. But I can actually tell you that because I'm in the financial services space, that there's been quite extensive consultation around some of the issues on, in particular, the NPS law. And it is actually at this stage sitting ngale Kalubamba. I hope Masinyane, some of these issues will be addressed shortly. I think I've said my bits and pieces, and also just to also say to you, it's been a pleasure for me to stand before you since morning, and I think I have certainly another engagement that I need to actually be attending Manjanga too, and so I will not, you'll not be seeing my face. Happy if at any point in time you would like the services of FinMA Trust to share in our research. We are happy to give our insights in terms of what we think is actually obtaining right now within the space. I'm fully available to actually come to your event to actually talk issues around financial inclusion. With those words, I'd like to ask, and I shall ask, however, I will be going back to you, Mfedenkos Clement. Utsumane usibusisele nalipalish lestawulidla manje. Umenja emva kweMartin. Dabusela. Oh, namhlanje 3. Sure ukuthi utangibukela ke nga3 just for an hour.
Let's pray. Father, we pray for the blessing upon the food that we are about to eat. Let it nourish our bodies when we pray for those who have prepared it.
I'm Clement Lamini, aka the pastor, who has been praying this morning. Our session now, we are on our afternoon session. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. I think it is important for us to start because of time. My duty here is very, very brief. We have a panel discussion for banks. I'd like to quickly invite the responsible people from the banks to come to the front for the panel discussion. By any luck, there's a Netbank, Standard Bank, there's EBS ngimboni lukhona. And FNB abakhona. Good. Ngiyacela bongosi ukuthi asivele sikhwelete kwendzaba. If you can, please join us here in front. Because you know, the more we sit here, we might lose more people. So can we go ahead and start? I also, as they are coming to the front, also want to respect all the protocol. Babet Lamini didn't give me the list of dignitaries here, but all protocols observed. It's okay to be the first one, so you come. I know she's the moderator. She can come because she has to moderate as soon as I put down the microphone. Can we have the bankers join us, please? And for those who are going to come late, they will join us as
nathi ngetindzaba letimnanzi naletiphephile tekuthumela imali yakho ube ungcebelekile. Kanjani? Yebo nga-ePaynet. Sikwendela mobile money aye ebhange lakho noma kusuka ebhange lakho uye ku mobile money. Ungasakhathazeki. Downloada ePaynet lamuhla ku Google Play. Wonke onke ama payments akho electronically ube ungcebelekile. Yes, it's possible. Follow me nongwana ku Facebook noma ku website ya ePaynet. Let's epaynet.selftech.co.sz. ePaynet.
Oh yeah, I know there's one that they told me is not here. Can we have an extra chair? Machala matsala lahlambulukile na. Hayi singabe mhlophe phela ngoba timnyama letinye. Sister woni order ithombe la. Unesimnyama lo. Singatowona. I think my duty is done. I will give it over, hand over to the moderator to continue with the panel discussion. Or you have your own microphone. Please go ahead. They will use this one. Do we have an extra mic, or they just use this one?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Delule Gomdluli. I'm a fintech analyst with the Central Bank of Eswatini. So I'm here with the panelists to discuss a topic on how banks can deepen financial inclusion through emerging fintechs. For this topic, we want to look at the other dimensions of financial inclusion. I think when we talk about the 87% financial inclusion in the country, we usually focus a lot on financial access, but we do not dive into usage as well as quality. So there is an opportunity for fintechs to, in partnership with banks, to now achieve the other dimensions of financial inclusion, which is usage and quality of the financial products. Because really, it does not mean anything if I have an account. But what am I able to do with the account? Is the quality of that service that I can do with the account at the standard that I need? Will it achieve what I need for it to do? So we will be diving deep into that as to how can the collaboration between banks and fintechs now look into those dimensions. Let's go beyond the 87% of financial inclusion, which has access, which says we now have 87% of the population with access to financial products. But does it mean they use them? Do they use them to the standard that they want? And are they able to achieve whatever roles or whatever means that these people want to use those products for? So we'll open this panel discussion with a brief introduction from our panelists. I am aware that we were supposed to have all 5 banks in the panel, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we are only able to have 3, which is Eswatini Building Society. We also have Nedbank as well as Standard Bank. I will ask our panelists to introduce themselves briefly as to what they do and the role of their roles in their institutions, and as well as the role of their institutions towards financial inclusion. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Meko Kumalo from Nedbank. I'm not sure if I'm audible. Am I audible? Audible? Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm Meko Kumalo from Nedbank. My role is actually in the IT space. I deal with the main system. I'm waiting for my partner here who's into the fintech space. So I just wanted to be here so that I can answer a few questions. So in our role with fintechs, we want to partner as much as possible. We're looking into that space and we're open to having that partnership. That's all I can say for now.
Thank you. My name is Pinda Twala, Head of Compliance, Standard Bank Eswatini. Maybe before I get to our role or how do we assist the fintechs or the MNOs, as a bank, we have, I would say we have come up with a new strategy, moving away from the platform, from the traditional bank into a platform bank. Maybe someone will ask, what does that mean? It means becoming a mall. We get to offer everything that the customer wants. We get to solution products that the customer wants. So it is no longer about the bank designing products, but it is the customer telling us what they want. And as a bank now, we do have what we call a partnership strategy. It is not only targeting the MNOs or the fintech providers, but it looks at the entire ecosystem. We can partner with the co-ops, we can partner with the retail space, we can partner with MNOs. So, but also in our partnership strategy, it is in 2 ways. If we can offer it, we will partner with you. If we can offer it, we will design the solution and then offer it. In terms of financial inclusion, what is it that we have done as a bank, as a financial institutions? I think if you are looking at far left in the middle there, and then far right, you can see the Standard Bank emblem and with a name Unayo in it. Unayo. So that is a solution that the bank has provided in terms of venturing into, I would say, the fintech space. So we've moved away from being a traditional bank to becoming a platform bank. That means now, instead of us only offering banking products, we offer what we call a wallet. But the difference with the wallet that we are offering as a bank, it is that it sits in between a wallet and an account. So it is a wallet that has got account capabilities, banking account capabilities. But let me hand over to the man that is running this project. I can see Clement is already laughing because he's seeing that we're already a step ahead in terms of the MNOs. But can you just expand on this Unayo and wallet account, a product that we've since introduced to the market?
Sanibonani. Inkosi nami ngilitholile leli thuba namhlanje ukuthi ngikhulume la mbhojeni. Safa ukubona le esonuveni umengempi nami ngize ngilithola. Angingivuka Dlamini from Standard Bank. I am responsible of driving the bank's platform business strategy. I'm the head of platform business. I think Pinda has alluded to some part of what exactly we are trying to do. Now, just in a few minutes, one of the things most people are looking for, particularly when we talk about fintech, let us talk about fintech just in 2 seconds. Fintech is underpinned by two things. One is access, the ability to make sure that financial inclusion, if you're talking about fintech and financial inclusion, it will be two things. It will be access and store of value, right? There must be a point or a depository where value is stored in e-value for fintech to be able to strive and do whatever they want to do. There must be ability for people who will say need to be financially included to be able to onboard themselves and be able to store their value, whatever little it is or whatever, however more it is. And then there is, on the other hand, then there must be fintech that are looking into saying, how can we get into that space and start to offer services, relatively speaking. But it can't work if there's no store of value that we're talking about. Doesn't matter the shape and form. Okay. So if that's the case, in most countries, or in this case, there are two kinds of store of value. There is one that we know in terms of a bank account, which most of us in the room have. There is also the wallet capability in general in our African markets. As you go to other countries, it might differ. So what Unayo start to do is a solution that is just in the middle of that two, offering banking capabilities, which is the ability to integrate or to communicate with other banks in e-value, which means if you are in Unayo, you can move money to all other banks that are there. At the same time, it has the wallet capabilities of saying, you want to move money to a cell phone number if that person has a cell phone number. Or even if the person doesn't have a cell phone number, you can give the person some voucher tickets that they can go and cash the money, right? In any case. So it does have both of that, and you can be able to access that. Now, the question is that when you talk about access, we know one of the challenges that you have to probably go get KYC to all of that. I can promise you now, with Unayo, you don't need to go to the bank wherever you are at any given point in time. A customer or anyone is around 3 minutes, actually 3 minutes, closer to having a bank account in the form of Unayo. If you dial *334#, you follow the prompt. At the end, it will tell you that everything that you are doing was successful. At that moment, that person does have an account on that side. So I'll pause there so that we can continue to introduce ourselves. We'll talk more about that.
Yes, so in conclusion, partnering with MNOs, Jody and Sam can attest to that. We are already working on something. If everything goes well, might be shared with the market. Still in discussions with the regulators in terms of approval. So we are partnering with the MNOs as a bank. It is part of our strategy. Thank you.
Sanibonani. Ligama lami nguSifiso Bhembe, ngisuka eSwaziland Building Society from the IT department. Irresponsibility yami from the IT department coverage and scope sema digital channels. Ngikhulumeke kakhulu ngema products ethu as a society and how we fit in go fintech. Ngicabanga ukuthi partner wami lengihamba naye utawukhuluma ngaze ngimonele. Lengdawukuveta ke kakhulu ukuthi awugcila ku-the technology part. As we are here today, we are here to deliberate and have a conversation about Fintech Indaba. Now, Fintech, kuhlanganisa tinto letimbili. It's your finance, well, ndangkorrekta nangabe nginemanga colleagues. And then bese sekuba the technology. Now, to facilitate a financial inclusion, we need the technology. And it goes without saying, technology is not cheap. Now, there has been conversations during the day here where some speakers were pointing out that the pricing of the services out there are slightly cheap or slightly expensive. Now, I think we all know that it is not a cheap it's not an easy thing to run an IT shop. And my colleagues Lana will agree that in most corporate organizations, the departments that usually have the highest budget, it's usually the IT department. Now, as a society, we have a strategy to manage that from a technology point of view. You'll ask yourself, how can we manage that? Because at the end of the day, it's the customer that will have to pay for the technology. But there's another way. We have a lot of talent here in Eswatini, locally, on the IT space. But we don't get to use or leverage from that talent. Instead, we get out of the country, or I would say external service providers, to come here and deliver EMA solutions, which are very expensive. And at the end of the food chain, it's the customer that will have to pay for that technology. But if we were to consider locally developing those solutions, that way we will be in a position to cut down in terms of the CAPEX investment, specifically for the technology that we offer. So as a society, we have done that and we have demonstrated that. We have two big, I would say, products, core products in the market that has been locally developed, internally developed, my partner, and we are able to minimize the cost. Now, this means our customer out there, longa siso stucuma devu, lo affordable. So tawukhona kusebenzisa that product at a very low rate. Thank you. Ngitawucela my colleague to expand on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sandile Langa from Southern Building Society. And I'm a partner who really doesn't stop talking when he starts talking about technology and designing and creating things. He's a developer by profession. So I think we are lucky to have someone like him, and to have someone like him with the team. So at Swaziland Building Society, what we do is we have gone on strategy, especially from the IT side, where we try as much as possible to develop in-house with the skills that we have. In terms of e-role, I'm a manager digital services, so I'm on the business side in terms of developing MR products, digital, that the customer can be able to simplify e-banking via self-service. So in terms of the approach here in dealing with the mandate, I think that the central bank has given to all the financial services in the country, we are also alive to the effect, financial inclusion. And the way that we are doing it is we currently have our own wallet, which was developed in-house, as my colleague has articulated, that we are offering to our customers. And what we've tried to do with this is to come up with a pricing competitive. And the challenge in this scenario is that we've got limitations in terms of what we can do, because obviously we are a building society. So the Act actually restricts us in terms of the things that we can do, which is a bit of a disadvantage with us when compared to the commercial banks. But in terms of mitigating that, we have partnered with with an MNO from a fintech space in terms of trying to increase access from our customers at where they are able to access MTN mobile money from sending imali from accounts like on a building society to a mobile money account and vice versa, and having that interoperability. And we're also looking at other opportunities where we can partner in terms of getting affording the customer led to more access and also getting value from out of that. I think I can stop there for now.
Thank you so much. Nedbank would like to add something.
I thought it was just hi and hello and who I am. I didn't know we had to go to so many details. But as Nedbank, we also, as you know, we have our money app, which is ready and able to connect with everybody else. And currently we are at 90% with MTN, trying to do the push and pull solution. And we have also started conversations with other fintechs. I'm just seeing Mashoma coming through, who is the man behind our digital platforms, who will be able to explain all about our fintech space. I'm sorry to put you in the spot.
Maybe I will allow Mashoma to pitch in more detail as we dive into our questions. For now, I can just allow him to introduce himself and his role with the Nedbank.
Thank you so much. My name is Fiso Mashwama. I run the digital department in Nedbank. Basically, the development of it, the innovative part, and getting us as the lead bank. I work with Ms. Kumalo over here, and yeah, that's me in essence. A fintech enthusiast, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you so much for everyone for introducing themselves. So I want to have our first question. I will steal from my experience elsewhere. I won't say where, but sisahamba la mgwaqweni, we've had a lot of cry from the fintech startups. As you introduce yourselves, I think you've tried so hard to highlight that there is partnership going on in your different banking institutions. But we have had a lot of times different fintechs, they are crying out there that you are not welcoming them into your space. I would like to hear from your perspective, what is the challenge? What is making these fintechs cry out so loud? They even go to their regulators to say, can you tell the banks to open up for us? Can you tell them to welcome us? I would like just maybe one rep per bank and just tell us, what is your opinion on this? Why are they crying? Is their crying even legit? Should they be crying? If so, what are the challenges? What's making you not be able to open up to them? You can start.
Yeah, a very difficult question, because we've got different strategies as banks and as MNOs. I mean, at the end of the day, we all want to make money. And we all want to improve our balance sheet. But one thing that maybe as banks we've also complained about, our environment is heavily regulated. And yeah, we feel like at some point the regulators are more lenient when it comes to the mobile money offerings. It's a little bit relaxed in their space. And some of the initiatives they are coming up with, once you get into the payment space, it has got its own regulations. We've got clearing times that we have to adhere to. which we feel like the regulator hasn't addressed it. It is different giving someone a bank account, let me just say a trust account to operate with. But once you want to get to the space of just moving money on our banking platforms, on our banking rails, you have to comply with what you comply with, which we feel like that point hasn't been addressed. And that is one of the reasons why we feel like the open, you'll correct me, Ashama, the open bank.
Open banking.
Yes, open banking will address that matter. As long as we haven't addressed that as a country, the open banking aspect, because that will create a fair playground for everyone. Yes, until that is addressed, the banks will continue to have an upper hand when it comes to the MNO in terms of these offerings. That is why now you are seeing the banks, instead of partnering with the fintechs, they are coming up with products that will directly compete with the fintechs. Because truth of the matter is, if we continue doing banking the way we are doing now, we are operating now, 2030, it's a very controversial statement. These fintechs will wipe us out as banks. So if you see that your model doesn't work at the moment, you need to go and sit down. Almost all the banks, they've got new strategies. And their strategy is what? It's going the fintech, coming up with fintech products, because that is where the business is now. I can post it.
So there's different aspects to this. I believe some fintechs, not fintechs, sorry, fintechs is the wrong word. Some startups, right, come to us as banks once for assistance. And then some startups comes to us as banks to partner with us. Now those two different sides of the coin are the different reasons why we treat the different startups differently. Some people come to us with a half-cooked solution, hoping that because we are a bank, we will, pull everything for them and make, water come out from the sky, which obviously doesn't work. And then also they want us also to put the funding in, which now it's another segment altogether. But if you, sorry, I didn't get names, Pinda, yeah. But as Pinda said, regulatory-wise, yes, I can agree with him. That's one of the issue. If we do put open banking in, we need to maybe not just say call it open banking. We need to set a specific one. Maybe we can say let's literally give them KYC and payments. We need to gradually build them up to jump in, because what the startups don't realize is that us as banks as well are also pushing our own agendas. And if, Mashwama comes to me with this idea that he has, and strategically I'm not there, it is hard for me to go around and say, okay, let's try pull you in and try build something with you. So maybe we could take an approach that is similar to the central bank and say, okay, maybe we should also have environments where we have fintechs jump into. And then maybe they'll see us as kinder. But now, will the central bank allow us to do something like that? That's a question to the moderator as well.
Have you asked?
I think a view, Yami, is maybe it's oversimplistic. I'm just looking at Eswatini, the environment as Eswatini is that the maturity when it comes to fintech, it's a concept perhaps maybe that's a bit novel. I don't know, maybe I'm not exposed to these startups as Mr. Mashwama alludes to, but I can't say that I have seen them being visible in terms of the understanding fintechs. The one fintech I think the corner that is quite visible is MTN from an MNO point of view. But the others, I think maybe there needs to be a platform where they will get to be exposed more, so that then we get to understand and appreciate the work that they do, and then maybe we can start, well, the organizations can start warming up to them. I think that's my response.
All right, thank you. Please hold the mic, SBS. So earlier, when you were introducing yourselves, you talked about developing, you actually brought into our attention the challenge of going to shop outside for EMA solutions to address problems in the country. Yet we have the capacity, we also have the capabilities. For you, what I got is that you are addressing this problem from developing solutions internally. What I want then to ask is, have you made an attempt to shop around in terms of developing solutions or those products, instead of, let's say you do not have the capacity internally and you've seen that it's expensive to go internationally to shop for those solutions, have you tried to shop around locally so that we can grow the startups that are there and see if they actually have the potential or the capacity to provide you with those solutions?
Yeah, we have done that, but I think the key thing is that we've always put co-creation at the forefront, because we believe in our capabilities, we believe we do have the skills internally. So yes, we do try and do, but obviously you won't go to someone who is local for the sake of going for someone local. It needs to make sense at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, maybe I can add on this one. So I'm sure we all understand and appreciate that for the longest time, the corporate entities did not have trust in the local talent when it comes to technology. There was no comfort to say we can have a solution that can be developed by Sandile. So now at this stage, we are still trying to prove to say senior management, to say, guys, we can do this. So but charity begins at home, which is why we are currently focusing more on developing internally. And then once we are all aligned, we can then start expanding outside of, say, the society for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing up the point of capacity building and actually recognizing the talents that we have internally in our different organizations. In fact, we once had a conversation with a friend of mine where we were talking about how institutions hire us and then run for consultants. If you are then going to bypass me and go and hire someone else externally. So that is one of the things that we really need to look into and motivate. One of the ways we can actually motivate and grow this fintech space is actually recognizing the talents that we have within our institutions. And I will borrow from our neighboring country. Most of their fintech startups that are doing very well, they were employees of certain industries, of certain companies, and they decided to go out and start their own businesses. So with that being said, what does the capacity building look like, and how can fintechs or even external stakeholders benefit from the different capacity building programs that you have internally to recognize those talents and to actually develop solutions from within the country? As you look into recognizing and developing the talents within your organizations, I'm not sure if Standard Bank and Nedbank would be able to take this. Are you looking into extending that hand into our fintech startups? Is it something, you've talked about having new strategies. Have you included that in those strategies? Could the fintechs look at something that they could benefit from as you also try to grow your own future partners? in that regard?
Le mic siphelele la kimi. Manje sengibabathi sengiyabuza ukuthi mina ngendijani noma ngiwise noma but but thanks for that question. I think the issue of no, not the let me not say issue, but when you look at who you use to deliver a service for you, relatively speaking, at a primary point, it's not about saying is it local, is it international. Can whosoever do this service for you make sure they deliver the value that you are looking for? If you turn your eyes and you can see someone that can do that for you, definitely, we definitely do that. As a bank, we have a lot of some of the services that we take locally, and we have partners with a lot of people that we can that consume a lot of services that come from us. But there's something I just wanted to talk about, which also answers a bit of your question. Banks have core banking systems, heavily secured systems that to change something, the cost is quite expensive. You will need to pay millions to change some few things to accommodate this person and this person. The reality is that to be able to have an environment that thrive and include everyone from a fintech perspective, it has to be driven at a central level, which means regulators have to play a very key role. I'll give you 2 countries that have done that were successful. If you look at India, with their National Payment Corporation, one that has driven the ability to use e-commerce services in India. It started there in India and everyone else. So even if you're a small fintech and individual, you have your business, you have something that you can develop. The infrastructure they had allowed you to integrate there and be able to offer e-commerce service. Right now, if you want to pay in India with your card, relatively few entities that can't take money. With the currency conversion, this thing is very fast. And by the way, if I look at what they wrote some few weeks ago, that is becoming some of the capability that's across the world. We are starting to use that through some of, including the work that they are also doing with UPI. Now, what does that mean? It means that's a central strategy and they are deliberate about it. Now, this is a responsibility that we can't leave to Standard Bank. You can't leave to NetBank nor rebuilding society in isolation. It has to be driven at that point so that whosoever wants to participate in that and create that transactional value or services that they want to offer, they can get into that and then be able to participate in that ecosystem. Thanks.
Thank you. NetBank, would you like to say something?
I think since you've talked to strategy is a 5-year plan. We will take this point about fintech being inclusive, being included in our strategy, meaning we hire at NetBank to our ExCo members to say we have to look into it. Either we take them to SA, to join the team in SA, to work in our solutions, but I think it's a point we will take with us.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's good news for the fintech, so you pray in your corner that is approved. All right, I think in the introductions and as you expand on the points, you've touched a lot on most of the questions that we already had. And looking at the time, we want to allow questions from the floor. So I will ask this last question. Fintechs have shown interest. They want to roll out some products to the public. They definitely need partnership. I won't say assistance. They definitely need to partner with the banks. So Standard Bank, maybe I'll start with you. You have said your strategy is 2-way. You said if you can't build it, you partner. And you said if you can, you build. So now my question is, what if I am a fintech, I see a gap, and I see that I can partner with you? Does it go the reverse way to say, as a fintech, I identify a gap, I identify a solution. Can I now come and pitch to you, or it's only you who looks?
Okay. I will respond, and then I will also allow Vugane to just share something. So, how our partnership strategy is, if you have a viable, I would say, product, what we'll do as a bank, it will be to access our risk appetite in terms of the product that we are offering it. At the end of the day, we have to protect our banking license. If what you are bringing to us when we are reviewing your control framework that you have as a startup does not meet the minimum requirements that are set globally and by the regulators, we will decline that partnership. And for example, in the past year, we've had 2 applications to partner. One was successful based on our compatibility with their framework, and also another leg that we do not share with the startups is that we also have to go and consult globally in terms of these e-payments, because if I lose the license or I lose partnership with a correspondent bank, there is no use with me becoming a bank. So the risk appetite is very important. You may think your product is viable, but once I start looking at my risks and risk appetite, there are certain payments that as Standard Bank we do not even process. Once you come up with the product, for example, if you're going to offer a product which meets downstreaming payment, that is a no-go area. It's prohibited. It is too risky. And the third part is most startups are coming with that kind of product. And that means us as a bank now, we need to rely more on the MNOs, especially when it comes to AML CFT controls. And that is a very, very risky environment that you can't just accept somebody taking over controls. We need to be fully comfortable with that. But there's another leg that we want to share in terms of like, are we open to partnership? Yes, we are. And there is also something that we are trying to come up with as a bank, just to show that we are open to working with MNOs, with the startups. I want Vugane to highlight that part.
Okay, can we just hold it there a bit, because I want now that everyone combines that answer with this question. So as you address that, I also would like to then, after you, Standard Bank, will then go around the table again to some piece of advice to the startups as to how can they position themselves to be suitable partners for you as the banks. And also, we could also touch on the areas of interest for the banks to say, we have heard that the banks are open to partnerships, but going out of here, this is their main focus areas. This is what they would be interested on. So maybe let's start on working on something like this.
Yeah, it's good that you work for a regulator, and I'm not sure if the FSRA guys are still here. Look, the biggest challenge that we have noted as Standard Bank when we review such requests, it comes to my office, I'm one person who's going to make the judgment if we can go with it or not, and then the digital team will also then submit their information. But no, I'm not a difficult person, easy person to communicate with. The problem that we've picked up is that there is lack of communication between the startups and the regulators, because we end up doing the supervisory authorities' work as financial institutions. So if we can close that gap, the regulators need to share more information with the startups so that they could easily develop their frameworks. That's all. That's what we've noticed as Standard Bank.
Okay, cool. I think you talk about the issue of partnership, and everyone who is working in a startup case in this situation is quite interested to understand. And they need practical example and efforts of what we are doing as a bank or as banks to demonstrate that. So to get into that space, you wouldn't ask a simple bank like Standard Bank as big as to try and probably use to develop let me say, something that will fit into a solution that will probably be used by, let's say, 3,000 people. The business case is not going to stake out. Let's be honest, let's have a fair conversation. The business case is not going to stake out because the cost of doing that integration in itself will cost the bank, let's say, 2 million or 1.2. Now we need to pass that cost somewhere so we can recoup something. It's a reality. Relatively to recoup that cost will take some time based on the population and all of those dynamics. Now, what we have then done as a bank was we then developed the platform solution or the platform business, which is the UNAYO. The UNAYO is a core solution in itself. Its KYC resides in it. All the due diligence are being done there. Transactions are being done there real time. It is an ecosystem on its own. Now, with that, it comes certain advantages that are becoming more advantageous to the fintech. Things like, I already have 5 APIs that are available today, that if any fintech will be interested in consuming those APIs, they can start to consume and access those services. Obviously, due diligence in terms of who I fintech will have been followed. But I'm just saying that's us demonstrating that we do want to partner, and of late we'll be partnered. If I can talk about some, in the last couple of months, we've partnered, I think, with 2 or 3. I won't say some of the name because some of the things are in progress in terms of they are already reviewing those APIs. We have the APIs document, they are able to review and understand how they can integrate on their own. But that's just as a standard bank. The question we are asking is about fintech and banks. So from a fintech and bank perspective, that's where we probably need. We're talking about inclusion of almost everyone in the fintech. And that's a different question from what I'm answering. The reality also, when it comes to that point, we need to make sure centrally people can be able to get into that ecosystem. The work that can be done by building societies, Standard Bank or Netbank will be only to a limited scope based on their own assessment, risk and everything. But it's not going to help the country to scale and to get more services out there. If it is central with a good framework that is clear for everyone, then we are talking about, can I meet this requirement, then I participate.
Thank you so much. I may also remind on the question, number 1, how can fintechs position themselves to be suitable partners? I'm not sure if it's a correct phrase for such a context. And then number 2, what are the priority areas that they can look at if they decide to develop something and they want to partner with the banks?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I am not sure if I'll be able to answer all those questions, but I will try my best. So in terms of the fintechs positioning themselves in order for them to be eligible or to be acceptable to partner with the bank, I think I will speak on the technology point of view. So what is key is that after you have done that business case, as my colleagues here have highlighted, after you have done your numbers, your business case to say, oh, here is the carrot that we are hoping to get, and here is how we are going to split that carrot. The technology, the how, and the what is very key. So I would say we usually use this word, which is, I think it's a phrase which is up and secure. In order for you to be able to integrate in order for the bank to be able to expose those APIs, we need to have that comfort that your systems or your technology, first and foremost, follows the best standards of technology out there and they are secured. That will be very key. You cannot come up with, say, maybe a kind of a prototype and hope to test it with the bank. I mean, we are managing people's monies. So yeah, it's not up to us, but we also have an interest to our customers' funds. So let's scrutinize the technology it has bambisa in, or it will open up a whole lot of issues for us. Thank you.
Okay, so in essence, when startups or companies that are into fintech come to us, I think one thing that us as banks maybe should do strategically, so that obviously expose what our next moves are, is maybe to share let me put it like that, maybe to share requirements, at least so that before the guys start coming to us, they know what stages they need to pass. I think those are the first steps that fintechs need to do. The other stuff, we assume it's already done. The normal stuff for business account, registration, and all of that, we assume that's already done. So maybe we need to put requirements in, because I know there was a fintech that wanted to actually start a digital bank, and they looked on the central bank's website for requirements of that, and that was not there. So maybe we need to do that as banks as well. Maybe that will help them to sort of, it's a first step to say, okay, before you even come say hello, do you have all of this? And then we can start having a conversation. Secondly, I think we need to encourage them to have that engagement with us, because something that we've seen is lacking is risk assessment are not at par with what we look for. So they more or less, tell you, no, the app is like this, and the app does this for you, but they haven't said, follow the money. Follow the money. Show me how the money is moving. Show me how the money is going into the MNO. Show me how the money is being settled. Show me how your recons are set up. That whole system is also not done. So maybe they need to look into that. I'll keep it short. Sorry, I know the time is up. And you said, what can they come up? Okay, so for us, expose. That was a bankopel. Let them come with their proposals. Yeah, we'll take it offline. If you want to get into, conversation, maybe come at me after this, then we have a discussion. But obviously, I can't share what we'd like. But come and let's see what you have.
All right, you've received the invite. May we then take maximum 3 questions from the floor for our panelists? We have 1 and 2 and 3. That's enough. No. Asihambise lo.
Okay, I don't know if I was counted in the 3, but just a quick one for me. So maybe it's a form of a comment maybe to the banks and to the regulators to say we acknowledge the fact that when it comes to licensing and when it comes to security protocols, AML and the rest, the licensings are different, obviously, so which then creates a clash in that what we require as a KYC will not be the same as what you require, because ours is ease of access. So velebese cause that clash. So I think maybe it needs for the regulator maybe to bring harmony between the two, such that it's when we approach you, it's easier to then say we've ticked all the relevant boxes. Now we can start discussions on integration. Thank you.
That was a comment. There was a second question.
Afternoon again. Thank you to the speakers. I'm getting to understand a few things from the banking side. You asked a question around what can the banks do to enable fintechs to make it easier for them to access the banks, and what kind of partnerships we can actually look at. I'd like to draw your attention to Safaricom, the M-Pesa story. When you look at Mshwari, for instance, Safaricom has M-Pesa has over 11 million subscribers. And Mshwari is a product that is a partnership between Safaricom and the Commercial Bank of Africa. So if you look at the CBA, they actually wrote off the back of the wallets of what Safaricom had already achieved. So I think it's a very good model for banks to look at. One of the things that fintechs like ourselves are into is we are just an enabler. We have a platform. We don't have the kind of products that banks do and the expertise that the banks do. So I would actually implore the banks to actually look at this from a different view, from a win-win situation, not a win-lose situation, because we can actually benefit from the expertise, create the platform. We have the subscriber base. If I talk of MTN FinTech, we have over 760,000 registered subscribers, which is about 3/4 of the population, with about 60% or 600,000 active on a monthly basis. The last stats I remember was that the banks in totality in Eswatini had about 340,000 active subscribers, which basically is inclusive of the 4 or so accounts that I have. So it might be you have only 100,000 active, unique subscribers or customers. But what I want to say is that I think if we look at it from a point of that, here's a wallet, and it's an unbanked person who has mobile money. So the banking services can actually be attached like a savings onto that wallet. And the banks will then take care and then graduate that particular customer to be a bankable person. With Mshwari, about 54% of the guys that actually have Mshwari don't have any bank account. So what CBA was able to achieve was to tap into that market, and now financial inclusion has actually got 54% of people who are not banked into the banking space. So I would actually implore that let's really look at the partnership. Yes, we have different strategies. Someone has actually indicated that the fintechs will result in the death of the banks. But if you can't beat them, join them, and then so that you can actually be able to survive. And that's the way I would actually look at things, that let's partner in a way and also then attack the regulatory environment from a point of view that we are all looking at the subscriber or the customer. Sorry, I'm using the MNO head, but the customer. So I think if that's what, it's a comment, not necessarily a question, but I've heard what the banks say, because from my position, I will say something different. If I was in a bank, I'd probably be saying something different. But we've got OTTs now. They are not regulated. They are moving into our space. And they come through, you can actually do Facebook payments, PayPal and so forth. Who's regulating those guys? So we as fintechs as well will actually die if we don't get to move faster and always think of what can we do better. So regulation also has to come in there. The banks also need to actually try and see how we can work together, but we need to have a very conducive regulatory environment. Thank you.
That's a good one. You're using bompesa lesingabathi but siyabathi nalabanye. Umbuto wami ngiyathi singasi advantage ukuthi when you look at fintechs and banks, are they competition or is there a place of complementarism? I'm just asking a question. Nginika naba labantu. Ladies first. No, ladies first. There's a lady behind you.
Okay. Okay. Mine maybe. I don't know if I will be able to answer the question very well. But as we are discussing them, maybe you started okay from my side, or you were asked the wrong questions, the way I feel. Like, then my question would be, what is the understanding of the banks about the fintech? Because myself, I would have thought fintech is a subject or a technology. But as we are discussing, we are driving, like you are now the regulators, and then we have fintechs. Fintechs, which are some things, are some companies there. When I would have expected that, what is it that you are doing in the space of fintech. So now, so my questions are two. What is your understanding of that? Oh, of course you do know. Don't answer that. But now, are you finding yourself playing a major role in being regulators now? Because I would have expected you to be playing part in fintech, not like the way you were answering or the way you asked maybe wrong questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let's just address these two before.
You want to address these two?
Yeah. No.
Okay, Pendulani.
Sure. So the first well, I'll start with the last question. We are not regulators. We are just regulated. That's all. I hope that answers the first part of your question. Secondly, we are in the fintech space. It's just obviously because we're not startups, it's not a big whale that comes in and then we're making tons of millions. And especially because environment we are the guys here, this is my competition right now. So I can safely say that there is no one who's doing what I'm doing now besides these guys. Right? So that's the point of departure. So my competition is them. We are doing fintech internally, and we are partnering with them and also creating our own products that we then push to the market. But as we know, financial technology is anything from payments to just the way you confirm KYC. So obviously some of the items you won't see, but we have something internally that is fintech and verification ready and available. But it's just for you as a client, a customer. You'll be like, hey, you have to low. But obviously we're not going to say, hey, it's using a fintech. So that's one. Sorry, Mfundisi. Konje mbuzo wako bekathi
bengibuda ngale complementarism ngingakhuluma ngale fintech le yakho yase bhange ngikhuluma nganaba bo labala ngaphandle who are actually wanting to collaborate or work with you. My question was, do you see them as competition or you see them as complementing your service provision? I think that is my question.
Well, okay, complementing, totally complementing. I think that's why we're here. We just want to show the guys good to corner. I know we're not splashing it all over our websites and such, but as long as you start seeing the faces, you start seeing us on social media, we have presence now, digital presence, which we did not have as banks. We've got more digital presence. So if someone hits up a message and says, nalog, come, let's have a discussion and see how we go. We're not looking at our own internal people because these are our customers. We cannot look at them as a competition. They need to make money, we need to make money. And we are all fighting for 1.3 million people. Oh no, 67%.
1.2.
We're fighting for 300,000 people, so it's tough. I think that's why there was a comment from the MNO.
Yes, from
millions,
actually, I know Twala wants to respond to it. I also wanted Sandile made a comment which scared me. When I really got scared when he spoke about the country maybe not having the capacity for them, having to buy capacity from outside the country. That worried me, but it's a comment. You guys can decide to respond to that. Do you want to take this one or you guys want to lowball the other one?
I just wanted to add that we all started together with the fintechs doing these platforms. And now we're saying we are ready. So let's see what you have. And if there's a competitive edge to it, we will partner with you. And we are partnering. But we started at the same time. And we are ready as banks.
I like that response.
Yeah, we are ready to also venture into that space. Maybe I can end there. I want to comment on the issue of are we regulators? Because it sounds like we are regulators now. We are a regulated entity with certain regulations to comply with in country and globally. So for me to accept a certain business, or for us to accept a certain business, or partner with anyone to offer a certain product, the different products that you see that we offer as banks, they are all approved by the regulators. If I am going to partner, for example, Sam, allow me to make an example with MTN Fintech. I'm going to partner with MTN Fintech. Both of us will have to go to the central bank to present our case. And the question they will ask us is, Standard Bank, have you accessed all the risks that are involved with this partnering? Are you willing to accept A, B, C, D? So as part of our process, Mashwama mentioned it, maybe we need to have a list of requirements that needs to be checked before we even enter into a conversation. It is because of the regulations that the country has. As banks, we are the most heavily regulated industry in this country. And I'm not sure what the new legislation that will regulate the fintech space will come up with, but I'm already aware it will come up with new requirements for them to comply with. So that's the industry we are in. And what makes it more complicated is the AML and foreign exchange legislations. Those two makes this space to be heavily regulated. And we don't have a choice as Eswatini. We have to comply with the international standards. Because if we don't, we will then see what's happening in your Zimbabwe's and the other countries where we can't now transact in certain currencies. I'm sure most of us, we are looking at offering cross-border services as the startups. If we don't comply with those regulations, and that becomes the responsibility of the bank. Because as a startup, you can't provide certain services. They need a bank to offer certain services. And then now the responsibility of meeting the international standards and the payment standards lies with the bank. So I need to make sure what they are giving me is what meets the international standards and the central bank standards. Thank you.
I think my question has been answered during the answering of the questions, because I had a question about Unayo, because as soon as you said *334, I dialed *334, and I currently have an account. So I was amazed at how easy it was, which now my regulatory senses started kicking in. Gutsi, why was it so easy? Because it required my ID, my residence, but in no way did it verify. How will you know I am who I say I am? Because I think there was a section where it required me to put in the date of my ID issue, and I just put in a random number, and an account was created. So I started wondering, because I don't even have an account with Standard Bank, unfortunately. I'm not with Standard Bank. So my question was, why was it so easy? How are you able to verify if I am who I say I am? And aren't you worried I might use this account to launder money? Are you not afraid of identity fraud? But then when he said you guys do have fintech procedures in-house that verify the information to us end users, it looks like click, 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 and I'm done. Then maybe I can kind of understand, but I was impressed and scared at the same time. Why was it so? Because I could have been someone else, and I can use this account to launder funds. How would you know?
Thank you. I
Yes,
think I have
know
something
Twala
to
wants
share.
to respond.
I think I have some insights to share on our next ExCo session, platform session. Somebody said our account opening or wallet opening for Unai is very easy. More bonus to you coming your way. So, look, it all speaks to regulations and the different platforms that we have as a country. You said you said 3 minutes. For sure, it took you less than 3 minutes. One, Unayo is not for Standard Bank clients. You don't need to have an account with us. So it is a product that is meant for anyone who resides in Eswatini. So you don't need to have an account with Standard Bank, and we've segmented the accounts. I don't want to mention wallets because there's an account. The account that you just got, that you just opened, is a light account. It requires you to only share your ID details. We will do the rest back office. We already directly integrated with the Home Affairs system. It automatically screens. So that's where the API thing comes in. Now, if you want to transact above 5,000, we will then do enhanced due diligence. How do we do it? You don't need to go to Standard Bank offices what are you going to do? You will supply the information to us. You will scan the information using your phone. You will take pictures, supply it to us. What we do back office, we've got a team back office that is verifying that information. So we've said, for you, we taking banking to you. We will do the back office work. That's UNAI. It's not for Standard Bank. So we don't need to verify that against your account. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists, for such an interactive session, and thank you to the floor for being with us through the time. I think coming out of this, naming nempago for my own side as a regulator, ngiveni from the floor and the panelists. Also, we have heard that the banks are open for partnership with the startups, and you've heard bafuna nimite what standards. So let's start working and hope that next time when we meet, we would have seen more partnerships, more products, and more usage of the fintech products that we'll be seeing coming out of this. So can we give a round of applause to the panelists as they take their seats? Thank you.
Can we just stretch a bit, stand and stretch ourselves? Yes, just stretch. Kungatsabuke mahembe just. It's just stretching. The next session that we are going to have is on digital financial literacy, and as we are stretching, I'd like to call Notando to come. Notando Zwane, who is going to assist us with the session. How ngeke sithi graveyard shift lena belilifishane kakhulu lelanga leli graveyard kunzambama. All right, we can settle down as Notando takes over the session. This is our last session.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Notando Zwane, an officer at Digimage Investments, a fintech company whose vision is to provide better control and visibility of data across multiple technology platforms at a global standard. We are part of the information technology industry and fintech space. We are excited to see this great day come into fruition to talk about technology, financial technology. Thank you. Financial technology has been described as any technology that helps to automate and improve the way financial transactions and processes are carried out. Now that a lot has been said about fintech, let's take a moment and talk about digital financial literacy and digital financial services. Digital financial services are any kind of services, credit, savings, peer-to-peer payments, or insurance services you access from your mobile phone or computer. This includes mobile money, mobile banking, and other services. With the introduction of ePayNet and other digital financial products, one can overcome the challenges of time and distance to quickly and easily access financial services in their own community and possibly from their own homes. Digital financial services promise to enable financial inclusion and can improve the physical security of their users. However, emerging threats to the security of digital financial services can compromise stakeholders at every level within the ecosystem. People have fears about mobile technology and most importantly, about the security of digital platforms. It is for that reason, therefore, that everyone using digital financial services must take extra precautions when transacting on these platforms. Firstly, everyone must transact only via modes that provide end-to-end encryption, since it prevents any third party from accessing the information being communicated or stored by a web portal. Users are more susceptible to being exposed to fraud if they use free public Wi-Fi. Unsecured networks make it easier for hackers to steal private information, such as credit card or bank details. Most importantly, one should never use free VPN apps for banking. Most of these apps do not have the resources to offer leading-edge security services. In fact, most of them do not encrypt data while others leak user data. Secondly, secure your passwords and PINs. Your password and PIN are very important because they are basically the key to your account. And of course, anyone who has your password can potentially break into your account and complete transaction in your name. I therefore urge anyone who never to share their secret passwords with any other person, be it your relative or anyone close to you. Build strong, unique passwords and avoid passwords like your date of birth or the last digits of your PIN. The last digits of your PIN, because anyone who knows you can easily guess those. Never save passwords on your phone or notebooks because anyone might get hold of those at any time. And lastly, there is a close link between social engineering and cybersecurity. One needs to be able to spot the signs of social engineering and stay safe online. By learning how to spot these signs and taking some smart precautions, such as being stingy about sharing personal information online and taking a moment to think about where the communication is coming from, you can prevent yourself from falling a victim of social engineering attacks. Avoid transacting on public places such as on a bus or in a restaurant where there are CCTV cameras, such as in a restaurant or internet cafes. You may never know who is watching for those information like your login details or your bank details. With all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby urge anyone and everyone who uses digital financial platforms to be cyber smart. Learn how to balance strong security with day-to-day business operations. We also urge all organizations providing digital financial services to provide trainings and documentations on how to use their system and services safely and appropriately, as well as develop policies for usage and ensure that all system users follow them. Thank you once again for the opportunity to share a few insights on digital financial literacy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know where the MC went, but I haven't been introduced, so I'll introduce myself. My name is Noktula Hlope. I work for Eswatini Communications Commission, which regulates the telecom sector. I am going to talk a bit about what we do to address the risks on digital platforms, digital financial platforms. So I think you've raised a whole lot of questions regarding consumer protection. And as a consumer, I'll be a consumer in this case, when I use a fintech app or something, I need to know that my data is safe. I need to know that my funds are being transferred securely. So I think that is everyone's concern. And Nabomage Labale Makaya, I think you raised it and you spoke about it. They need to be sure that their funds are safe when they use these platforms. And what we have done, or what the government is doing, they have finally passed the acts. We've got the Electronic Communications Transaction Act and the Data Protection Act, and of course the Computer Crime and Cybercrime Act. They passed into law, I think it's 2 months back. So moving forward, you will see us talking and sensitizing the public about what they need to do when they build these applications to safeguard data, your consumer. What we also do in partnership with some stakeholders, I'll mention MTN, Eswatini Mobile, the regulators, FSRA and CBE, we sometimes sit together and look at the kind of frauds that happen in that environment. For an example, I think 3 months back, we had a lot of complaints from my consumers are complaining about imali and Momo even. They were saying that there was a lot of fraud. They were getting bogus calls, and because now they're linked to their bank accounts, they're afraid to use those platforms, and. So we took it upon ourselves as partners collectively. We had to collaborate because this is not something we can do on our own. And we ran a campaign, an awareness campaign, teaching the public about the kinds of fraud that happen. We also involved Emapoyisa in this process because we did not have these acts, as law. There were still bills at that time. So we had to sensitize the public and tell them the common cases that happen on some of these DFS platforms. And we also take Emma workshops, or we run workshops from time to time. I think we ran one last year, December, if I'm not mistaken, where we invited Onke Emma stakeholders to come and take part in a DFS security awareness, DFS training, security training. We had, I think, we did have the partners that I mentioned. They were there. We even had the academia as well. So moving forward, because Lamanyama innovators are Swati in the space, we are going to advertise some of these initiatives so that we get people, innovators that want to tap into fintech, to learn about the dangers and the risks and how they can build their applications and make them more secure. And the reason why we as ESCOM are interested is because in as much as gunemali lehambago, it's a financial transaction, but you need to know that the infrastructure is secure. So that is where we come in. And we say that as you build the app, ensure that it is safe and it protects the consumer. I think Notando mentioned some of the risks, Lakona, and in our country, so what we do is we try to address the fraud or lekona lagangwane. We don't do wishy-washy. We go see Emapoyisa and find out what is happening. So I'll just mention some of the things that are happening so that as you go to your different areas, you may talk about these things. We do have a social engineering, yiningi kakhulu. Pretend to be who they are not, and then they try to even fish information from you. Bakshayele bathi, oh, okay, sekuphume imali yani yani. And then when you're desperately, or you think that is legitimate, you can fall into that trap. And the sad thing about it is and it's like a criminal thing. So it does drag. And then we do have unauthorized use of data. We sometimes do share information that we shouldn't share. We trust people with our passwords, with our PINs, and so on and so forth. And then when that fraud is committed, so this comes again, good digital literacy, where we are saying that as you build your application, please have a section somewhere sensitizing a consumer about the dangers of that can happen in that platform. And then the other one, which is a sad one, and it's happening in our country. Bokoko betfu, bomkhulu betfu are one of the most vulnerable groups. So we've had individuals that will go and approach labokoko na bomkhulu so that they use their numbers to commit le fraud lane. But labokoko na bomkhulu should register mobile numbers. So they do the correct thing, they register, but it's registered against Noktula. I'll have 6 numbers under my name. And whoever, the perpetrator will pay Lokoko Namkhulu 2,000 or 3,000 rands. But they will use those numbers to defraud the public a lot of money. And nakabafika amaphoyisa sekabopha gogo namkhulu, I mean really. So we are saying that digital literacy is very important, and in our different spheres, let us talk about these things. Let us talk about fraud. Let us sensitize our consumers ngaleyo danger leyo. And thank you very much. I know I talk a lot, but it's late, and we would like to go. So I don't know if there's any questions for me. No. Okay. There is a question.
Thank you very much. Oh, I thought she was closing.
Ngiyabonga. Mina ngicela kubuta ngobe Nothando ukhulume wasibalekela. Ugcine nje ngekuthi sibe smart. Ngifike ngisho njalo gogo. Mase ngimakhisa iphini yaka iPaynet ngenda njani because nikhuluma ngefraud nikhuluma ngako konke. Lokuba smart yini because gogo ufuna indvo le lakata ibona.
How we've tried to run some of our campaigns is we have target groups. So if it's Kulmana Gogo Namkhulu, a vulnerable group, we will talk about the issues that affect them. We go on radio. I think na MTN, they have their own show slots, Eswatini Mobile, and so on and so forth. So siyasho sithi yebo mkhulu nagogo ababe cyber smart, but we bring it relative to impilo yabo. Yes. I hope I'm clear. I don't know. Is there any other question? Yeah, I don't know where the other mic is.
Thank you, Noktula. May I ask, I think I have been a scam. I mean a victim of a scam, but third party, you know. I'm also always telling people to wise up, to be smart. There are these people who promise jobs. They call, when I phone in them, they start processing the paperwork and all that. And it happens over and over again. They use an MTN number, or they use a cell phone number, let me just say that. They use a cell phone number. We have Vela. Why are those people not tracked down and brought to justice? Because other people eventually fall for the trap and send them the money. Isn't Vela supposed to help in such instances? Why are they not brought to justice? Because day in and day out, they are coming up with new scams and they are using the number linked to their KYC. Why can't we find them and then bring them to justice? Thank you.
Okay. I think I did touch a bit on that. Angisilol Poyisa, so I will speak from what has been reported to us. So because as a subscriber, I can have multiple numbers. I'm not linked. I think is it 6, if I'm not mistaken, per person. And most of the time, they do target the vulnerable groups. They will go to Gogo Omkhulu, offer Gogo Omkhulu 2,000 rands, 3,000. Gogo Omkhulu may be desperate and take that money. Then they go and they register, and Gogo Namkhulu will give labo KYC naninan, all those documents. So when the cops, because we had a whole lot of complaints and we asked them why, when they investigate, they find out that this is not actually the perpetrator. Sometimes they don't even know the person, but because they're desperate for money, then yeah. So that is what is happening in this community.
Thank you. Ngicela kubuta, out of interest maybe, kuthi kunama issues njengoba we are talking about this innovation, and we know ukuthi sihlesiba ne challenge yale internet apart from the cost le high. say what is the role yenu as ESCOM to make sure ukuthi asirely ejozi kakhulu so ngathi sekunenkinga le baby fiber kumahamba ngiyabekisa nale cost is there a way ukuthi naleli ke laselwandle line sigcine sinalo or it's just an open market lengadinga ukuthi ni advertise abantu basilethele I don't know where is the issue nyalo kulesikhathi lesikiso nepandemic ifikile ukuthi le tinto le infrastructure as bantu labathunyiwe as a parastatal to make sure kuba secure data yethu ne internet isibanayo what exactly lelingasithembisa kona ku indaba lesihlangene ukuthi mhla kabani hayi ngandeka lokho kube kungcono because currently seriously yes, we are not happy about the internet.
Okay. It's a big question for me to respond to. So I will respond ngitibambe lokunye. Regarding the quality of service, which is, let's say, your internet, we do have, as a regulator, we need to measure the quality of service le offerishwa ngulama internet service providers and MNOs. So it is a process we have started because we have regulations that actually support that to say that uma usemahamba ngiyabekisa what is the internet service like or experience when you are there compared to when you're here in town, in the urban area. So kukhona timbo lesitendako. And with regards to internet, kuthi open market, that is legislation, no, it is not. It is a regulated environment and it is, we are, I don't even know how to answer it without crucifying myself. But legislation, it's kufuneka sithenge i-internet from i-wholesale. Lekhona lela kangwane. But kukhona taba, we are doing something to address the internet challenges that we have because they in turn frustrate us as well. Thank you. I did say I'd try to be diplomatic with my answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think we're coming to the close of our session. At this juncture, can I ask the Chief of the Taiwan Technical Mission to give us a vote of thanks? Thank you so much.
I have my own sanitation. As an old man, I need put precaution. Okay, director, CEOs, distinguished representative from different financial institutions, the regulator in the financial industry, all the participants, the organizer, Digimage, and my colleague from Capacity Building Project. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Finally, this program comes to an end. Before I deliver my vote of thanks, I want to use 1 minute, very brief, to introduce myself. My name is Fernando Ye. The Chinese name is Changqin Ye. I know it's difficult, that's the reason why I use Fernando. I have been working in 6 countries for more than 32 years. But I love this country more. I stayed in this country for 11 years already. So even I'm not semi, I'm quarter Siswati. Myself, I'm an agricultural specialist. Actually today, is for me, it's an educational trip. I learned a lot of things. I'm lucky because I'm agricultural specialist. So Margaret Grace, she sit there for answer those tough questions, not me. I would like to thank all of you to take your time to attend this event and share the idea about the fintech product that are available for the Eswatini community. I just ask my colleague. Today, we have 90 people eat lunch, and we still have 60 people, 2/3 of people still stay here. Today, actually, we reach very good result. Although I'm agricultural specialist, my background is not financial. But if we can get any good result, it's all because you're persistent, you're patient. Okay, so allow me to borrow your hand to give you a big round of applause for yourself. Next time, Mission will provide dinner. We can stay here until 9 o'clock. The Taiwan Tech Mission is grateful to Digimage, a wholly Swazi-owned local fintech company, for cooperating with the capacity building project for microfinance focused on grassroots women, and bringing valuable intervention to ensure the grassroots women also have chance to embrace the digitalization of their financial transaction. I'm aware that we need to raise more awareness and marketing the ePayNet platform so that the women and the general public enjoy the benefit of this technology. The mission, I commit, the mission will continue work with Digimage to continue to promote this ePayNet program. We hope through this increased accessibility, the women will be able to capitalize and grow their business to improve their economic situation and the livelihood. I also want thanks to the government, Swazi government. Actually, this project, we are working hand by hand with the Ministry of Commerce. Especially, I want to show my especially thanks to Commissioner. She is the person always attend this project function. Sometimes I absent, I cannot attend, but she always there. He's our supporter, 120% supporter. Thank you so much. And I also want to mention one thing. I got some credit for my team. I believe everybody know this Indaba actually supposed hot in another hotel, right? So you are informed last night to change hotel. Am I right? Okay. My team, I want to ask my team to stand up. Grace, you are also our team. They work until midnight to do this transform. And they came here before 6:30 to provide service to all of you. Can I ask you to give them some encouragement? Okay, once again, thank you, all of you, for your participation, to sharing those valuable information. Have a safe journey back to your house. Thank you.
Father, we just want to thank you, O God. Thank you for the day that we have had in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, O Lord, for allowing us to gather here today and have a fruitful discussion on the Fintech Indaba. And we're praying, Lord, that you'll assist us, O God, as we implement the fintech issues on our daily lives. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we are saying, oh Heavenly Father, let us reach out to those people out there who need the service. In Jesus' mighty name, we are again praying for traveling mercies as we go back to our various places. Travel with us, O Lord, and bless us. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, amen. Safe journey, everyone.